I think you got all of them. Unless there's some in the floor.
Remain seated, court is back in session.
All right, are we ready to have the jury brought out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think we all agree that once we get through this witness, things are
Right.
going to move along really quickly.
Okay, good, thank you. We think we'll be okay by Friday? Finish by
Yes.
Friday?
So I think
Okay.
I think it's going to speed along.
Okay, great, thank you.
Jury entering.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Ellis?
Judge, and I'm almost done. May I take
right.
my place back with the?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Joseph, we were discussing your score sheet, and you said that you're familiar with score sheets, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we were talking about that charge that you pled guilty to since you've been in custody, is that right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's the shank charge.
Yes, ma'am.
You pled guilty to that.
Yes, ma'am.
So the only thing that's missing on this score sheet is that charge. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, at the time you pled guilty to this case, though, the bottom of the guidelines for you, the absolute minimum was in terms of how many months? What is that number right there?
246.
Okay. And what is the maximum sentence in years that you could get in life in prison?
Life.
So now this is, and the only thing that this score sheet does not include is the introduction of contraband, which is the shank charge that you pled to since you've been in custody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So actually, you're looking at more time in terms of the bottom of the guidelines if you were to violate probation once you get out on probation. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're looking at you're still looking at a life sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to clear up just a couple of things before I sit down. First and foremost, bottom line here, okay, is you indicated to us early on Friday that you spoke to Detective Sean Oliver a number of times, right? At least 3.
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave some sworn statements, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did some things after those sworn statements, like the letter and all that other stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you doing everything within your power to avoid being arrested for this charge,
Yes, I was.
including lying?
Yes, ma'am.
Initially, when you spoke with Detective Oliver, and even when you were arrested, when you spoke with Detective Oliver, you said you weren't even there, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, I believe you told Detective Oliver in one of your statements, you told him that when you got there, and this is going back to the night that, right before you were getting ready to shoot Makeva, you told Detective Oliver that once you realized it was going to go down that night, you walked off, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You didn't tell Detective Oliver that you took the charger and drove away, did you?
No, I didn't.
You told him you walked off
Yes, I did.
without doing anything to Makeva,
Yes, I did.
and you lied.
Yes, I did.
Did you ever get any more money from this defendant after your job was done?
No, ma'am.
In that game plan letter, the one thing that I failed to mention, and I apologize, is you indicate here, and then Zing friend asked me, do I want to make some money? And then he offered me $1,500, but didn't tell me what he wanted me to do. So knowing me, my job, ain't paying me enough, and they thinking about firing me, so I took it, and then Zing came out the bathroom, and then he overheard So he said, let's go, and we left. So in this game plan letter, you indicate that this defendant gave you $1,500.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, today, and in your proffer, and in your deposition, you said he gave you $10,000. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he give you, Mr. Joseph?
He didn't give me $1,500.
What did he give you?
$10,000.
And what were you expecting after your job was done?
10 more.
Did you ever get it?
No, ma'am.
Going back to the Dunkin' Donuts where you were working, where is that location?
It's in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Is it close to Lake Park area?
Yes, ma'am, off of Lake Park.
And that Mazda that you had, what color was it?
Navy blue.
So it was a dark color car.
Yeah, dark blue.
Judge, if I can just have a moment, please.
You may.
Was the plan, Mr. Joseph, not to get caught?
That was the plan. Yes, it was.
Judge, I have nothing further.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Cross-exam, Mr. Tufani?
Judge, I'm just gonna hand Ms. Kirk back the exhibit so they don't get lost real quick. I'm gonna push this over.
Good afternoon, Mr. Joseph, or good morning, I guess. I'm going to go over several areas of your testimony. I want to start with your plea agreement. One thing that Ms. Ellis didn't talk about, a condition of your plea, she briefly talked about it, is that you have to be truthful in both depositions, proffers, trial testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
But there's another component there where you acknowledged, as part of your plea agreement, that your proffer that you gave on July 19th, 2019, 3 days prior to your plea, was truthful, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a condition of your plea agreement is that if you do not testify truthfully, or if your testimony is material differently from your proffer, it's not a violation of your probation. Your whole plea gets vacated, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're once again indicted on first-degree murder charges?
Yes, sir.
And you're once again facing mandatory life in prison?
Yes, sir.
So you know, as you testify here today, not only do you have to be truthful, but you have to be consistent with the previous statement you gave, correct?
Yes, sir.
What if in that previous statement you lied? What do you do?
You say in the previous
If you
statement-
lied in your proffer, what would you do today? Would you testify consistent with your proffer, or would you testify truthfully and risk vacating your plea?
I didn't lie in my proffer, sir.
You didn't lie in your proffer, so everything in your proffer is the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Quickly about the game plan document we were talking about. Ms. Ellis asked you if Mr. Dale knew about it. Not only did he know about it, you guys wrote it together, correct?
The game plan, yes, sir.
Yes, like you were in the same room with the same sheets of paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this was not something you did on your own?
Yes, sir. Not something I did on the own.
Correct. Now I want to talk about the money in this case. When did you testify that you got the money the day, this is the 28th, the evening when you went to the house? The same day with the basketball, same day with the haircut, same day with the yard work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that day, you said this is right before you were leaving, is when you got paid the money, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were sitting in the car is what you testified.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Jenkins handed you $10,000 in cash.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true he also handed $10,000 in cash to Mr. Dale?
That's what I assume, yes.
Well, he handed a pile of cash to Mr. Dale.
Yes, sir.
You didn't count Mr. Dale's cash, right?
Yes, sir.
But you assumed it was the same amount as yours?
Yes, sir.
Because they're about the same height? Were the stacks about the same size?
Well, I don't know, sir.
You didn't look at the money he got?
No, sir.
But you looked at the money you got, right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified they were all hundreds, right?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember if they were all $100 bills?
You asking me? You said that I testified it was all $100.
No, I'm asking you right now. Were they all $100 bills?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
When you got that money at that time, you didn't have the gun yet, correct? The revolver?
No, sir.
In fact, you went from Mr. Jenkins' house to find Snakebird to get the gun?
Yes, sir.
And whose idea was it to get a revolver?
Dale's idea.
And why did he say to get a revolver?
It leaves no shells.
Leaves no shells? You know, what does that mean to you, leaves no shells?
There's not enough evidence for the police to collect.
Like the cartridge, when you shoot the gun, it doesn't leave a shell on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Dale's the one who explained that to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew Snakebird?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you testified just earlier he was actually a friend of yours, right?
Not like a friend, like, somebody I did business with before. A business friend.
Businessman. And his business is selling guns and drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long did it take for you to get in touch with him?
Not long.
In fact, from that house, you went right to meet him?
Yes, sir.
And you purchased the gun from him?
Yes, sir.
You gave him one of those $100 bills that you had from Mr. Jenkins?
I don't know if it was, I don't know how much I paid for it, sir.
Well, how much was the gun?
I didn't pay $100 for it. I know I
Yeah.
ain't pay $100 for it.
If you testified before that the gun was $60, does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
And when you gave him 100, he gave you back change?
Yes, sir.
This is a drug dealer that provides change.
Excuse me?
This is a drug dealer that provides change.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because he's a friend of yours. Or an acquaintance, business friend. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you went and got that gun, Demetri Dale was driving you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were in his Charger.
Yes, sir.
He was with you when you purchased the gun.
Yes, sir.
And then you said at some point you went to the Walmart to get his mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point you put the gun in his glove box.
I didn't put the gun in his glove.
Who put the gun in the glove box?
He put the gun in the glove.
He put the gun in his glove box.
Yes, sir.
And he kept the gun in that glove box until the day of the murder, correct? The next day when you,
It was in there, yes, sir.
it was still in there.
Yes, sir.
But when he picked you up at your house to go commit the murder, you assumed the gun was still there. You didn't ask him about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you said you got ready, dressed all in black, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't take anything to cover your face, huh?
No, sir.
Why not?
I forgot at that time.
You forgot.
Yes, sir.
You're going to commit a murder and you forget you need to conceal your identity.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you don't even think about covering your face until Dale's already left the car parked in front of Mr. Jenkins' house, correct? It's at that time that you search around to see what can I cover my face with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you find a t-shirt
Yes, sir.
and you wrap it around your face.
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Jenkins, I'm sorry, I'm going back a little bit. At the time that he gave you the stack of money, $10,000 in cash, you had only known him for 1 day, correct?
This is the second. Well,
1 day before.
Yes, sir.
You met him for the first time the day before.
yes, sir.
So he's basically a stranger to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you don't even count the money, do you?
I count the money.
Right there?
Nah, as we leave.
As you're leaving, you're counting it?
Yes, sir.
And it's correct, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, just to be clear, other than the 2 times that you spoke to Mr. Jenkins at his house, you've never in your life spoken to Mr. Jenkins either on the phone or in person. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Other than the 2 times which you testify you met him at his house. Day 1 where you first meet him, and day 2 when you get the haircut and play basketball. Other than those 2 times, you've never spoken to Mr. Jenkins either on the phone or in person.
No, sir.
That's correct.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, sir.
So the only things you know about what supposedly Mr. Jenkins wants is what Mr. Dale is telling you, correct?
Yes. Not through his mouth, too, when I met him.
Other than the times you talked to him is what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
The only other statements that you hear about what Mr. Jenkins is trying to get messages to you are coming through Mr. Dale.
Yes, sir.
You're not having them directly with Mr. Jenkins, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's talk about the money a little bit. You acknowledged that you got $10,000. This is on the evening hours of June 28th, 2017, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you spend any of the money other than the $60 for the gun between then and when you commit the murder?
You say,
Do you spend any of the money between the time that you get the $10,000 other than purchasing the gun for $60 before you commit the murder?
yes, sir.
What do you spend it on?
At that day,
Yeah.
can't really remember, sir, but I know I spent some.
You spent
On that day, you asked me that.
the day you got the money.
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the first thing you buy is a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
After you buy the gun, prior to the murder, do you spend any more of the money?
I end up spending more money, but I don't know what I spent that day.
Did you spend any of it that day is what I'm saying?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember?
As far as that gun, no, sir, I don't remember.
Okay. After the gun, you don't know if you went on a shopping spree at nighttime?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. And where do you put the money? When you go home, you hide it somewhere?
We said,
Where do you put your money?
The shoebox.
Shoebox, okay. And now, you don't get your car repaired that night, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. How about the next day, the day you go to the hospital after the murder? You said you went to work that next morning, correct, at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes, sir.
Do you drop your car off at the shop before then or no?
You said after?
Before you go to work? Are you still driving your car to work?
Yes, I'm still driving my car to work.
Okay, so you haven't gone to the body shop yet, the repair shops?
No, sir.
Okay. How about after work that day? Is that the day you go to the car shop or no?
After work, no, sir, not yet.
How about the next day? Now we're talking the 29th, the 30th, we're talking May 1st. Do you go to the, or not May, I apologize, July 1st. Do you go to the body shop on July 1st?
No, you said July 1st?
Yes.
I think I put it in there before that.
Before July 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your body shop make you pay before they fix the car?
Yes, sir.
And how does that work? How do they know what to charge you?
Huh?
How do they know what to charge you?
They ordered they ordered the pieces.
So
I came previously before.
before the murder?
Yes.
I see. So you're just going out to get the work done that you've previously had on to schedule?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And you pay them in cash?
Yes, sir.
Now, which body shop are we talking about? The first one or the second one?
The first one.
And how much did you pay the first one?
The first one, I don't know, because it was a bunch of things they did to the car. It wasn't just one thing. They did a bunch of things to the car.
But you acknowledge between the two shops, you spent around $3,500 is your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. It's previously in evidence. These are some of the text messages the state asked you about. I want to draw your attention to this message that shows the time of 12:49:51 UTC. UTC is 4 hours ahead, so it's actually 8:46 in the morning.
Objection,
Joseph. May we approach you?
Yes.
I apologize, Mr. Joseph. So I'm drawing your attention to this text on July 2nd, 2017 at 12:49 p.m. Is that a text message that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And that's a text message you sent to Mr. Dale, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that text message you say, "Bro, bring me 20, I need it for gas, meet me somewhere." That's correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's about 3 days after you got $10,000 in cash, you need money for gas.
Yes, yes, sir.
So let me show you one more text while I'm up here. July 2nd, 2017 at 12:54 p.m. That's about 5 minutes after your text. Do you recognize that message?
Yes, sir.
And that's a message from Mr. Dale to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he replies, "I have no money, bro. I'm broke and I'm bringing this car back," correct?
That's Dale, or is that me?
Dale to you, correct? That's his
Yeah.
response to you saying, give me 20 bucks. He's saying, I don't have any, I'm broke. Is that correct?
What date was that, sir?
The same day, July 2nd, 2017, about 5 minutes after your text.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So he doesn't have any money left, according to this either, correct?
Dale?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the night of the shooting, the night of the murder. When you pulled up to Mr. Jenkins' house, you testified earlier that it was Mr. Dale who told you to say, ask for Quest, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was not Mr. Jenkins, is that correct?
Nah, he didn't tell me directly to ask for Quest, no, sir.
Yeah. In fact, you didn't even speak to him that night, did you? Right before the murder. He didn't come out to the car or anything, did he?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't know who Quest was, you testified, correct?
No, sir.
So when the state asked you when you went upstairs and said you didn't know if you were going to find Quest, you didn't know if Quest was a nickname for Makeva, did you?
You said, did I know if Quest was a nickname from no?
You didn't.
sir.
They could have been talking about Makeva for all you knew.
You say they could have been
They
talking-
could have been.
I guess, yes, sir.
Because you testified you have no idea who Quest is, right?
I don't know who that is.
So when they asked you when you went upstairs, you didn't plan on finding Quest, you didn't know if you were going to find Quest.
Yes, sir, I didn't know about
Because Quest could have been Makeva as far as you know, correct?
You're asking me if Quest could have been Makeva?
Yes.
At that point in time?
At
yes,
that point in
she
time?
could've. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back to the day before the murder. I apologize for jumping around a little bit. On June 27th, the first day where you're talking about potential plans, you testified to this jury, those plans were conversations between you, Dimitri Dale, and Euri Jenkins, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the plans you testified to for the first time in trial is that for you to crash into Makeva's car and shoot at Makeva, but not shoot Mr. Jenkins, who was going to be in the car at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was Mr. Jenkins' idea?
Yes, sir.
To
That was
have-
one of his ideas.
It was his idea.
It was one of his.
One of his ideas were for you to crash into a car that he's sitting in and shoot at his wife, but miss him.
Yes, sir.
Give me 1 second, Judge. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis, I think I'll let the jury go on their lunch break now, since for redirect, that you probably are going to take longer than 2 minutes. Okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think it'll be a good time to go on the lunch recess now. So let me have you come back at about 1:30 while you're on your lunch recess. Again, very important, please do not discuss anything about this case with each other or with anyone else. Please don't use your cell phones or any other electronic devices that you may have, if you do, to try to research anything about the case. Thank you all very much. Have a great lunch. We'll see you back a couple of minutes before 1:30. Thank you. Okay, anything else before we take our recess?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Be in recess until 1:30.
Oh, yeah, but she asked me for the rest of them, and I told her, I didn't think I had any. Yeah, I have one.
It's looking bad in 2 years. He's an elevator.
All right, sir, question now session, I'm the clerk will present.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Are we ready to bring the jury in? Okay, Dave, let's bring the jury in.
Judge, may he remove his mask?
Yes, you may. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you all again. We're ready for the continuation of the direct exam of Mr. Joseph. Ms. Ellis?
Does I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Joseph, we left off on Friday with, we were at the point where I was getting ready to show you some photos. You indicated that you rode over there, meaning to the defendant's home in the Charger with Mr. Dale, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that at some point, you left your car parked on Lawrence Road, and then you entered Mr. Dale's car, and then you guys drove to the defendant's house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you got in that car, I believe you indicated that you entered the front passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered the car, did you have a gun with you?
The gun was already in the car, ma'am.
The gun was already in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell us about that.
It was in the glove compartment.
Okay, how did the gun already get in the glove compartment?
Because I left it there I think the night before I left it there.
I'm gonna start, okay, let's talk about this gun, Mr. Joseph. Where did you get it from?
I bought it.
Where did you buy it from?
I bought it off a dude, who used to sell guns.
Now, do you recall in some conversations with Detective Oliver that you told Detective Oliver that you had gotten that gun from the defendant?
Can you repeat that, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Do you recall in some conversations before you murdered Makeva, do you recall telling Detective Oliver that you got that gun from the defendant?
Do I recall telling him?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, was that the truth? Did you get the gun from the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Why did you tell him that you got it from the defendant if you did not get it from the defendant?
I tried to throw him off with the game plan situation.
So now you so you lied.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you indicated Friday that this gun was a revolver.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy. You indicated this gun was a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
What color was it?
Silver.
So the gun was already in the glove compartment when you left your car on the side of the road and you entered the car with Dimitri Dale.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Dimitri Dale know that the gun was already in his car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys have a discussion about this gun?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point?
And the night we was at Subway. And
What was that discussion about?
leave it. I left it in his car. I just left it with him.
Okay, what was the discussion is what I'm asking you. Did he know you had the gun that night when did you say something about Subway?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you have gone to Miami Subs?
Yes, ma'am. I was at Miami Subs with him.
Well, so what was the discussion that you had with him about the gun?
No, his car broke down, and I had the gun on me, so I left the gun with him. And then when I came back, with gas for him, he told me to put it in the glove compartment.
Now, you said the car broke down. What did you have to do? And when you use the word breakdown, can you tell the members of the jury, what do you mean by broken down?
He ran out of gas at the drive-thru in Subway.
And what did you do in order to help?
I got out of the car. I tried to push it at first, and it didn't move. So after that, I was like, I'm going to run down to the gas station. So I left the gun in the car. Then when I came back with the gas, he told me to put it in the glove compartment.
So you left it in there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was, just so that we are trying to keep up with your timeline here, that would have been the day before you killed Makeva?
Yes, ma'am, the 28th.
So now fast forwarding to the early morning hours of the 29th, that's the day that you guys are headed back to the defendant's house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're in the car with him, when I say him, I mean Dimitri Dale.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got in that car, did you have a mask with you?
I had a T-shirt.
Okay, and because you indicated Friday that when Dimitri Dale showed up to your house, you got the gun. You had the gun. Now, what did you mean by that? You took the gun with you.
You said when he showed up to my house?
Do you recall getting a phone call at some point before you guys got ready to head back over to the defendant's house? Okay? Do you recall getting a phone call at any point from Dimitri Dale telling you that you guys were going to head back to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the same time when you walked out of your house and you told us on Friday that a female showed up to your house as you were walking to your car?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, where was the gun at that point?
It was in the glove compartment.
Whose?
Dimitri's car.
When you told us Friday, you said that you took the gun with you, and I believe you indicated on Friday that you wanted to be ready. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked you, well, be ready for what? What did you mean by be ready?
Be ready, to kill Makeva.
So at this point, have you had any discussions with the defendant after you left his house, okay, after you got the haircut, after you played basketball, did you have any more discussions with this defendant about how Makeva was going to be murdered?
No, ma'am.
So when you left your house, when Dimitri Dale came back to your house and you were getting ready to follow him back to the defendant's house, how did you know where did you get this plan from, or where did this decision come from that Makeva was going to be murdered by a gunshot wound?
You said where did the decision come from?
Yeah.
From the jump, from the start. I been knew like she was going to, be murdered by a gunshot, but I just didn't know how.
And when you say you use the term you been knew, or you knew that she was going to be murdered by a gunshot, been as in where?
Like
been
when
as in, I'm sorry, as in when?
When I first met the Euri Jenkins.
And what do you mean by that?
Like when we first started, planning, the scenarios of how to get her.
Now, you indicated a few minutes ago that you used a T-shirt,
Yes,
or a shirt, rather. I'm sorry, you didn't say T-shirt, you said a shirt. I'm going to show you what is going to be State's Composite. I believe, Judge, we're on 6A through C.
Yes, you may.
Composite 6A through C. I'm going to show you what is going to be State's Composite A. First of all, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is this a photograph of?
The Dodge Charger.
Okay, and what are we looking at in the Dodge? Is it the inside or the outside?
It's the inside.
Okay, what are we looking at on the inside?
The shirt I left and the keys I left on the passenger side.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate picture or depiction of the way it looked on the inside, June 29, 2017, the way you left it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what is going to be State's Composite 6B. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this?
That's the shirt that I had and the keys to the car.
Okay, is it that same shirt that I just showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the way you left it on June 29, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what is State's Composite 6C. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. The car keys.
Okay. And what else is there with it?
The T-shirt.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the way you left it back on June 29, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, State will offer into evidence State's Composite 6A through C.
Any objection from the defense? All right, State Composite 6A through C will be introduced without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Okay. Now, this was the one that we were just looking at, Mr. Dale. I'm sorry, Mr. Joseph. That's states 6A. Now, what is this right here? You just told me, and I want you to explain to the members of the jury. You see this little red dot that's going on this screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see what's here in this passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, is this what you just described for us as the shirt that you used as a mask?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that on top of it that we can kind of see just a little bit there?
Those are the keys to the car.
Now, when you drove this car back, where did you when you left the defendant's home after you murdered Makeva? When you left the defendant's home, where did you take this car?
I dropped it off on Lawrence Road.
And when you dropped this car, what did you do?
I got back in my car.
And so you left the keys and the shirt and everything in this car when you exited the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And show you what is states Composite 6B. Okay. Now, is this a close-up photo of this same type of shirt right here that we just saw in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are these the car keys that you used to drive that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you lastly as this composite states 6C. And this is more of a close-up of the car keys, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
With that same shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that shirt, how did you tie that shirt?
I tied it around my face like a ski mask.
Okay. You tied it around your face like a ski mask?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you leave, what was it, like, was it, how did you leave it open so that you were able to see?
The only thing you were able to see was my eyes.
Were you able to see your hair? If someone were looking at you when you tied that shirt around your head, if someone were looking at you with it tied around your head, would that person have been able to see your hair?
Objection to that speculation.
Well, Judge, I can rephrase it.
All right, go ahead and rephrase.
Okay. Did you leave your hair, was your hair covered with the shirt?
Yes, ma'am. My hair was covered.
Okay. When you tied that shirt around your face and your head, did you tie it tight?
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're at the point where that's the shirt that you used for a mask. Tell us what you did once you tied that shirt around your face and your head.
Once I tied the shirt around my face and my head, I waited a couple minutes until Quay, the brother of the victim, came back.
You waited for Quay because you said something about the victim.
Yeah, her brother.
Okay. The brother of the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him drive in?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you see him park?
He parked in the driveway.
Now, when he parked in the driveway, did you have eyes on him the entire time because how did you know that was Quay who was coming back home?
I didn't know if that was him exactly. I just knew, just waiting for somebody to come back.
Okay. And so what led you to believe that that was the person that you were supposed to wait for before you exited the car?
You said what made me believe?
Yeah.
Because I seen him get out of the car.
Well, where did he park?
He parked in the driveway, he got out the car, went towards the garage.
So did he park in the driveway of the same house that you knew to be the defendant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when he got out of the car, what did you do?
I waited a couple seconds after that. I went towards the garage.
Okay. You waited for a couple of seconds after that, you went towards the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you got towards the garage, was it already up or was it down?
It's already up. It's open.
Was there a light on? No?
Yeah,
Yes, no?
It was a light on in the garage. Yes, ma'am.
When you walked in there, what did you do?
When I walked in the garage, I had the revolver with me. I had the mask on my face. I started yelling, "Where's Quest? Where's Quest?" And, that's when, they were looking at me crazy. After that, I grabbed Dimitri. I threw him to the ground. I told Euri and what's the kid name? Quay, get on the ground. After they got on the ground, we entered towards, I made them get back up, then we entered towards the house.
Now, you said when you entered the garage, you went in there yelling, "Where's Quest? Where's Quest?"
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say anything else?
Not that I remember, ma'am, no.
Did you know who Quest? Did you know Quest?
No, ma'am.
Did you know who she was?
No, ma'am.
Did you know whether or not Quest was a person who even existed?
No.
But you went in there and you yelled, "Where's Quest?"
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said you threw Dimitri on the ground. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the defendant doing when you came in there?
When I came there, he was cutting dude's hair, Quay hair. He was cutting his hair.
Did the defendant say anything to you when you entered the garage?
No, ma'am.
When you entered the garage, did you already have the gun out?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have it pointed at anybody in particular?
I pointed it at, everyone, every one of them.
What about Quay, the one who was getting his hair cut? How did he respond to you when you came in the garage?
He didn't respond. He was just looking at me crazy.
Did he immediately get up out of the chair?
No, not at first.
Okay, so at what point did he get up out of the chair?
After I put Dimitri towards the ground, I started walking towards him.
And what did you do when you walked after you got to him?
I told him, get up off the barber chair, get on the ground.
What is the defendant doing?
He complying.
Did anyone say anything to you when you were yelling the words, "Where's Quest? Where's Quest?" Did anybody say to you, "She doesn't live here"?
No, ma'am.
What did you do once I think you told us a few minutes ago that you then made them all get up. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you made them all get up, what did you do after that?
We entered towards the house, towards the entryway. That's once we got in.
Speak up, and speak into the microphone, please.
We entered towards the house. Once we got in towards the house, Dimitri asked me to let him get the kids or something like that. And then once I let him get the kids,
Let me stop you right there. You said, so at this point you guys are in the house.
Hmm?
And you said that Dimitri said to you, "Let me get the kids."
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you know how many kids there were in this house?
No, ma'am.
And let me go back for a minute. When you were over there on the morning of the afternoon of the 28th, the day before you murdered her, did you at any point in time while he was cutting your hair or after this defendant cut your hair, did you go in the house at all during that day when you were over there playing basketball and getting your hair cut?
Only the garage.
Only the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
So you never entered the inside of his house?
No, ma'am.
Use the bathroom or anything like that? Did you ever do that?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you how many children he had when he was cutting your hair?
No, ma'am.
Did you guys have a discussion about his children?
No, ma'am.
So when Dimitri Dale is asking you or asked you to let you get the kids, what did you tell him?
I let him go ahead. Let him get the kids.
Well, so I want you to describe for us where you guys enter the house. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall the layout of this house that you went into?
When we came in, I think the stairs was on the left side.
Okay. Now, when you entered the house, did everyone go upstairs or did everybody stay downstairs before Dimitri Dale asked you if he could get the kid?
Everyone was downstairs still. Nobody went upstairs yet.
So the first thing that happens once you guys enter the house is Dimitri Dale asks you if he can get the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And you allowed him to.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where he went in the house to get the kid?
I don't remember where he went. No, ma'am.
Do you know if he went upstairs to get the kid?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if he went over into the dining room or living room area to get the kid?
No, ma'am.
So you didn't have your eye on Dimitri Dale?
No, ma'am.
You don't know where he went in the house?
I don't know where he went.
Why didn't you watch Dimitri Dale? Why didn't you watch where he was going?
Because he was in on the plan, so he wasn't really my concern.
So now you're left there, after you allow him to go get the kid, you're left there with the defendant and the victim's brother, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you guys?
We're downstairs still.
Are you still near this staircase that you talk about, this stairwell that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point At what point did you do anything different other than just, well, before I get to that, did you see Dimitri Dale at any point come towards you with the child or with children? Did you see him with the kid?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see him with?
I don't remember what kid. I know he came back with a kid, though.
And where did he go?
He started walking towards the pool area.
And that would have been outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. So now once he's walking towards the pool area, where are you guys still? Where are you at this point?
We're downstairs still.
At any point, did you go upstairs?
No, ma'am.
You never went upstairs in this house?
I only went upstairs one time.
What about Quay and the defendant? Where did they go?
Once Dimitri came back with the kid, Euri went upstairs.
And where were you?
I was downstairs.
Where was Quay?
Downstairs with me.
At what point did the defendant go upstairs?
Once Dimitri came back with the kid.
So Dimitri comes back with the kid. You said you saw him with the kid.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the patio with the kid. Did you tell him to go on the patio with the kid?
No, ma'am.
That's just where he went.
That's where he went.
And at this point, you said the defendant went upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, did you say anything? Did he ask you if he could go upstairs?
No, ma'am.
Did you say anything to him while he was going upstairs?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because he was in on the plan.
And what do you mean in on it?
Like, this was his plan.
Plan to do what?
Kill Makeva.
I'm going to show you what's already in evidence. Already in evidence is State's Composite 3A through E. Now, can you see that from where you're sitting, Mr. Joseph?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that staircase look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that the staircase that you were saying as you guys walked in the house from the garage, it would have been to your left?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same staircase that the defendant went up when you were still standing downstairs with Quay?
Yes, ma'am.
So he goes upstairs, the defendant goes upstairs. At this point, you telling us that you're still downstairs with Quay?
Yes, ma'am.
Where downstairs are you with Quay?
We're still in front of the stairs.
In front of the stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys still near that door that leads into the garage?
No, ma'am.
That leads into the house from the garage?
No, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're still near that door.
So you're still downstairs where?
In front of the stairway. Like once you enter the house, the stairs are right there. We're still right there in front of the stairs.
And it's just you and Quay?
Yeah, it's us until he walks upstairs. Once he walks upstairs, Dimitri started walking towards the patio. I started leading Quay towards the patio with him.
Okay. You start leading Quay towards the patio with Dimitri?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you doing that?
You know, I was just following behind Dimitri, so he keep eyes on him.
Okay, and so so who could keep eyes on him?
Dimitri.
So at this point now, you're telling us that once you saw Dimitri go on the patio, you then start taking Quay towards the patio, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Quay in on this plan?
No, ma'am.
Did he know anything about it?
No, ma'am.
So what were you gonna do with Quay as you were following Dimitri out to the patio?
I was gonna leave him there with Dimitri.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tell us about that. Tell us how you go from, tell the members of the jury, how you go from standing at the bottom of this staircase, to following Dimitri Dale out on the patio and with Quay.
Once Euri goes upstairs, Dimitri started walking towards the patio. Quay starts, I tell Quay to go ahead and follow Dimitri. I got him at gunpoint. Once we get towards the patio, by the pool area, I start asking for keys. And then, Dimitri gives me his car keys. After that, I walk back towards the house, inside the house. Once I come back inside the house, Euri's upstairs, and he points back towards the patio. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, I left Quay out there. So after that, I go back. I get Quay back at gunpoint. We come back inside. I lead him upstairs. Once I lead him upstairs, he's walking with his head down. You know, I don't know which room to go in.
Okay, let me stop you right there. So you get the keys from Dimitri Dale from the patio.
Yes, ma'am.
He hands the keys over to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you leave Quay standing out there on the patio with Dimitri Dale.
Yes, ma'am.
You then go back in the house.
Yes, I do.
Now, when you went back in the house, were you looking for anything of value to take?
No, ma'am.
When you went to the house, did you have a bag or something with you that you could have put items of value in it? Like, I don't know, jewelry, cell phones, iPads, anything of value. Did you take anything in the house with you other than the gun?
No, ma'am.
Did you look for money, purses, iPads, laptops? Did you look for any jewelry? Did you look for anything of value to take with you once you entered that house?
No, ma'am.
So when you are headed upstairs, well, first of all, what makes you think you need to go upstairs?
Because that's what Euri is.
Well, when you got up there, what were you going to do? You said that's where Euri was.
Yes, ma'am.
And so why did you go up there, though? Because he was up there.
Because he was wanting to show me, you know, where she was. I didn't know where she was in the house.
So before you go back over there, the 28th, when you went, you saw Euri twice, is that right, before you killed Makeva? Is that correct?
Yes.
You saw him late that night, early, you called it, I think you referred to it as late. So that would have been your first time meeting him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you saw him when he cut your hair.
Yes, ma'am.
During any of these times, did he tell you the layout of the house?
No, ma'am.
So when you went back there that night, early morning hours of the 29th, you didn't know where Makeva's room was?
No, ma'am, I didn't know.
So when you walked back in from the patio, you said that he's upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see him?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you walk in, do you start making your way up the stairs?
When I walked back in,
Yes.
not till after I went back and got Quay, and I started making my way back up the stairs.
So at what point is it that you just told us a few minutes ago that you walk in, you don't have Quay? Now at this point, did you realize yourself you forgot Quay and left him on the patio? Had you realized that you left Quay on the patio when you walked back in the house?
Not till he motioned, you know, pointed for me to go get him. That's when I realized.
What was the motion?
Like he pointed towards the patio
How? With his hand, with his body? How did he point?
with his hand.
What did he do?
He just pointed like a couple times. That's when I knew like, oh, to go get Quay.
Did you know what he meant just by just pointing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say any words to you?
No, ma'am.
So once he points, what did you do?
I go back, I grab Quay at gunpoint, and I come back into the house. Once we get into the house, I lead him upstairs. So I lead him upstairs. Quay's walking with his head down, and then that's when Euri, he motions towards me, you know, which room she's in. And that's when I laid him down. I go in the room. Once I go in the room, you know, I see a figure in the bed. It's dark. I'm like a couple feet away. I aim towards her head. That's when I shoot her.
Okay. So let's unpack this just a little bit. So when you get up, you finally make it up the stairs with Quay. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you make it up the stairs with Quay, you indicated just a little bit ago that the defendant motions to you where her room is.
Yes, ma'am.
When you walked up the stairs, did you see any rooms at all when you got up on the second floor?
Yeah, I seen a couple rooms.
Okay, so as soon as you get to the top of the stairs, are you able to see other rooms?
Like inside?
Well, not inside, but just rooms. Are you able to see, like, not?
I see doors, yes, ma'am, yeah.
Okay. Did you go into any of those doors?
No, ma'am.
So, now you indicated that he motioned to you again. Which room belonged to Makeva?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he do that?
Like with his head
And which way was he motioning for you to go?
towards the room that was, the door was cracked a little bit.
Say that again?
Towards the room that the door was cracked.
I'll show you what is in evidence already. This is state's composite 3A through E. I'm going to show you what is 3C. Can you see this from where you're sitting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, is this the top of the stairs that we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
When you make it up the stairs, where in this photo is the defendant, if you recall?
When we make it upstairs,
Yeah.
he's in the middle.
He's like in the middle of this area here?
Yes, ma'am.
This loft. Is this like a loft area?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, which way did you go once you just stated the defendant motioned for you to go into Makeva's room?
Say, which way did I go?
Yes.
I just remember him motioning for me to go in the room that the door was cracked.
Was it any of those rooms that you could see as you first get to the top of the stairs?
Was there any of the rooms that I could see? No, ma'am. I don't think so.
Describe for the jury how, when he motioned for you to go where Makeva's room was, how did you know which way to go? Like, what was the motion for you to let you know which way to go?
He went like this, towards the door that was cracked. So I figured that's the room right there.
Were there other doors? And you said there were other rooms upstairs also, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other were those doors to those rooms open?
Not that I remember, ma'am, no.
Do you know whether or not those room doors were open or cracked or?
Not that I remember. I don't remember if it was cracked open, if any other doors were cracked open.
So then you start to head in the direction where he's motioning for you to go?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that you ended up going down to the room where you said it was dark when you walked in there, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall, as you were making your way down to the room where he motioned for you to go, were there any other bedrooms down that hallway, down that way where you went to Makeva's room?
Did I see any other bedrooms?
Yes.
I seen doors, room doors, yes.
Did you see it, was that the only room that you saw? The way that you went to go to Makeva's room, were there any other rooms down that same area where you went to Makeva's room?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Was that the only room that you saw when you walked down that hall, when you walked towards her room?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you walked, was the door closed? Was it open?
It was open.
It was open?
Yes, ma'am.
Light on or off?
Off.
Did you turn it on when you went in there?
No, ma'am.
Could you see someone or a figure, what appeared to be a figure lying in the bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know who that was?
I figured it was Makeva.
Did you think it was Quest?
No, ma'am.
So you said you figured that it was Makeva, and what did you do when you figured that it was Makeva?
You know, I was a couple feet away. I aimed the gun at her head, and I shot her
And where did you shoot her?
in the head.
Was she lying on her back or her side? Do you recall that?
Her side.
How many shots did you fire?
One.
Now, why did you shoot her in the head?
Because I was trying to finish the job.
When you walked in that room, was there ever any point in time when Makeva moved, before you shot her, moved or appeared to acknowledge the existence of somebody in her room?
No, ma'am.
How far were you standing away from her when you shot her?
2 to 3 feet.
Did you shoot anybody? Did you fire any other shots?
No, ma'am.
Once you shot her, what did you do?
I ran out of the room.
When you shot her, as that first shot and only shot went off, did anyone say anything? Could you hear any noise coming from anywhere, from anybody?
Not until I got out of the room.
What did you hear?
Quay was like screaming
How do you know it was Quay?
because I seen him. I told him to be quiet when I came out of the room.
What was the defendant doing?
Nothing.
Did he try to stop you?
No, ma'am.
Did you run out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
You said Quay was screaming. Did he appear to be hysterical?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant appear to be hysterical?
No, ma'am.
Was the defendant screaming?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant say, "What did you just do?"
No, ma'am.
Do you make your way down the stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you made your way down the stairs, where did you go?
Once I made my way down the stairs, I leave out the garage and into the charger.
As you're making your way down the stairs, Mr. Joseph, did you try to look for anything that may have been of value to you?
No, ma'am.
I mean, at this point in time, you were desperate for money, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You needed money,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were looking for any kind of way to make money, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So why didn't you look in the house to see if there was anything of value that you can go and pawn or do something with?
Because that's not what I was there for.
When you walked into Makeva's room, did you notice a purse lying on the floor next to her?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice anything at all in that room that may have been of value to you?
No, ma'am.
Because you weren't looking for that, were you?
Yes, ma'am.
You went there with one mission, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that mission was to kill Makeva.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got out of that house and jumped in the Charger, you drove it back down to where you left your car?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got in your car, where did you go?
Once I got in my car,
Yes.
I left Lawrence Road and I went to visit a friend at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Okay. And this friend that you went to visit, when you got in your car, didn't you go back home for a little bit before you went to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after you went home for a little bit, you went to visit a friend at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay at Good Samaritan Hospital?
To the morning. To the
Okay.
morning rollover.
So that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any phone calls to Dimitri Dale or anybody after you killed Makeva?
Dimitri called me.
Okay. Tell us about that.
He called me and, it was a lot of screaming in the background and he told me she passed.
He told you that she passed.
Yes, ma'am.
When he told you that she passed, what did you do?
I hung up the phone.
Now, at this point, Mr. Joseph, you are at the hospital and visiting a friend, you said. At some point, do you talk to Mr. Dale while you're at the hospital or before you get to the hospital?
That's when I was in the hospital room.
And that's when he told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as the day goes on, did you continue to have contact with Dimitri Dale?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the defendant? Did you have his phone number after you shot and killed Makeva? Did you get his phone number from anybody?
You said after?
After.
I got it from there a couple days after.
Okay. Why did you, was it your idea to try to get the defendant's phone number from Dale a couple of days after?
It wasn't. I wasn't. Yes, it was my idea.
And why were you trying to get the defendant's phone number?
I was trying to get the rest of my money.
Now, later that day, after you leave, after you get the phone call while you're in the hospital that Makeva is deceased, what did you do when you left the hospital?
I left the hospital. I had to go to work.
At the Dunkin' Donuts job?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go to work?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that gun you had?
I still had it that day. I gave it to a friend of mine to get rid of.
This friend of yours, who did you give it to?
I don't know his real name.
Does Snake Bird sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a nickname or is that his government name?
That's a nickname.
So did you give that gun to somebody by the name of Snake Bird?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you do that?
To get rid of.
When you went to work, did you work your full shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall what time that was?
It's usually from 8 to 3.
Did you work until 3 o'clock that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, while you're working, are you having contact, are you having any sort of communication between you and Dimitri Dale?
While I was working, no, ma'am.
When you get off that day, which is later that day of the 29th, what did you do? Did you hook up with Dimitri Dale? Did you go back and hook up with the defendant? What did you do?
Nah, I didn't hook up with neither of them.
What did you do?
Went home, a regular day.
Now, there came a point, as you just indicated a few minutes ago, that you reached out to try and get the defendant's phone number. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because you were trying to get the rest of what you said he owed you.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the car you had? Was your car still working?
Nah, it was giving me problems at that time.
And you indicated on Friday, I believe you told us that you spent part of that money that he gave you on repairs for your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was your car at this point? Now, right now, we're at the 29th, so is your car in the shop, or where is your car?
On the 29th?
Yes.
It was in the shop. No, it wasn't in the shop yet on the 29th. No, ma'am.
So at what point did you take your car to get repaired?
Like the 30th, I took my car to get repaired to Josh Richardson's.
Huh?
I took it to Josh Richardson's shop to get repaired.
Josh who?
Richardson's.
Richardson's?
That's the name of the shop.
Okay. And is that the shop, did he actually, was he able to repair your vehicle?
He tried to.
And what happened?
I didn't get the results. Like, my car wasn't fixed, so I went to another shop.
And where was that shop?
It's right across from St. Mary's, the entrance of Revere. It's called a Foreign Car Technician. That's the name of it.
Were they able to fix your car?
No, ma'am.
So now, at some point, because you told us on Friday you paid $3,500 for this car to be repaired.
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you pay that to?
The mechanics.
Which ones?
Both of them. Josh Richardson and the Foreign Car Technician dude.
So between the two of them, you ended up paying about $3,500.
Yes, ma'am.
But the car was still not repaired.
No, ma'am.
What could you drive it though?
I could drive it, yes.
Well, what was wrong with it?
Like, it wouldn't catch speed. The time, something was wrong with the timing belt. It wouldn't catch speed.
So they couldn't replace the timing belt.
No, in the transmission was going out.
What kind of car was this?
It was a Mazda 6.
What year?
I don't remember, man.
Was it a newer Mazda, older Mazda?
It was like it wasn't an older or it wasn't a newer Mazda.
At some point, did you get your car back?
Yes, ma'am, I got my car back.
When?
From the shop?
Yes.
Like a week for me to get my car back.
When you got your car back from the shop, was it in a condition where you were able to drive it, Mr. Joseph?
Like around? Like distances? No, ma'am.
It wasn't in a condition for you to drive it?
I could take it like up the street, but like far as like driving, like 45 miles per hour. No, ma'am. No.
So how did you get around?
I was using friends of mine cars, buddy cars, stuff like that.
Were you living at home with your mom during this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your mom have a car?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't able to borrow her car?
No, ma'am.
Why wouldn't you let you borrow her car?
Because she's working, stuff like that.
Have you always grown up with your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
You have siblings?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
4
Sisters, brothers?
brothers.
Are you the oldest, youngest?
Oldest.
About your father?
He passed.
Was there ever a point where you were in foster care?
Counsel?
Yes, please. Okay, Mr. Joseph, let's move on. So you got your car back. It's kind of, would you call it semi-repaired or just, it's not in a condition for you to really drive long distances, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you still in need of a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this money you got from the defendant, why didn't you just buy yourself a new car?
Why you say, why didn't I buy myself a new car? I done spent half of it trying to fix my car.
I want to ask you about your phone number, that whether or not you recall this number being yours. And I think I asked you this on Friday, and if I did, I apologize to you and the jury. To the jury. 561-584-4839. Does that number sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall having that number back in 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to move at this point to, actually, before we move on, let me do this here. Now, going back just a little bit, and I apologize, I meant to show you these before we moved ahead, because you indicated that you had gone to visit a friend in the hospital,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And it was Good Samaritan Hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what is going to be a composite of states 7A and B.
Yes, you may.
Okay. Tell me if you recognize these photos. Recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of me walking into the hospital.
And is this shortly after you killed Makeva?
Yes, ma'am.
Same early morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be states. What did I say? 6? Is it 7?
7A through B.
7A. Yes. Showing you what is 7B. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's in that photo?
That's me entering the hospital.
Same photo, just a different angle?
Yes,
A
ma'am.
little bit larger picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this photo fairly and accurately depict you the early morning hours of June 29, 2017, after you shot Makeva,
Yes, ma'am.
going to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state would offer into evidence composite states 7A and B.
That's any objection? Okay. State Exhibit 7A through B will be introduced without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so what are we looking at right here?
That's Good Samaritan inside the hospital.
And is that you right there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you wearing?
All black.
Same all black you had on when you went and killed Makeva, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the same outfit that you had on when you went and shot Makeva?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the same photograph with just a little bit closer angle of you walking into the hospital,
Yes, ma'am.
dressed in all black?
Yes, ma'am.
that you use as a mask? Why did you leave that shirt in the car? Was that your, first of all, was that even your shirt?
No, ma'am.
It was already in the car.
It was already in the car.
So was the shirt that we saw a few minutes ago was not yours?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so let's go back to what I asked you a few minutes ago about that phone number. You recognize that phone number as being yours, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, a couple of days after the murder of Makeva, do you recall sending some text messages to Dimitri Dale regarding the rest of what you were supposed to get from this defendant
Yes, ma'am.
and how to get in touch with this defendant? Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as States 5. Judge, may I post it?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you, this is already in evidence in States 5. Okay. Now, I'm going to leave that there with you, okay? Are you able to flip it with your hands? Flip the pages?
No, I can't.
No, you can't? Okay. That first text message that we see there, to phone number 561-275-0087, and the message is any words. Is that a message from you to Dimitri Dale?
Yes, ma'am. He had multiple numbers at this time.
You sure did, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, is that a text message? You write 2 words here, any words. Is that your text message from him, from you to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the members of the jury, when you say any words, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to, like, did he hear from you?
Did you get a response from him?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this point, you still don't have the defendant's phone number, is that right?
No, ma'am.
Look further down that page, can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
And that other text message, do you see the words, send his number? That's another text message from you to Dimitri Dale, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you asking him to send, who, first of all, who is his?
Euri.
Why do you want to, well, at this point, is Dimitri Dale the middle person that you're going through to make contact with this defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this, and were you perfectly fine with using Dimitri Dale as your middle person up until this point?
Yes, ma'am.
So why is it at this point you need to, you're asking him to give you this defendant's phone number?
I felt like he was playing games.
You felt like who was playing games?
Dimitri. Both of them.
So you tell him send his number.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we move over. Let me flip this for you. Now you see that top part up there, though, that first text message that says OTP with him now. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that? First of all, do you know what OTP means?
On the phone?
Okay. And is that Dimitri telling you that he's on the phone with the defendant now?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what's the next text message?
You want me to read it?
Yes, sir.
Tell this man I need some fucking wheels until I get my shit.
What do you mean by that? What are you asking him to do?
Well, at this time, my car, like I told you, my car was in the shop. So, you know, when I first came to the house, I seen multiple cars in the driveway. And, you know, at that time, I didn't know who was who or who cars these was, so I thought they were his. So I was, you know, trying to use one of his cars until he paid me the rest of my money.
So you wanted to use one of his cars until he paid you the rest of your money?
Yes, ma'am.
And so now, what's the next text message after that? What does Dimitri tell you after that?
He said he can't right now. They not letting him touch nothing.
Now, do you know what Dimitri meant by that?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean?
Basically, like, I guess things were too hot.
And they weren't letting this defendant touch anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning they weren't letting him take any cars? He didn't have a car to loan to you, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you believed he meant by that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you see that next text message down there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what's that next text message?
This is the address to Euri's house.
Okay, and what is it?
4104 Plumbago
Place.
Lake Worth, Florida.
Now, why was he sending you that address? Well, did you ask for his address?
Sustain the
I'm
objection.
sorry, Your Honor.
Mhm.
I meant to wait. Did you ask for the defendant's address?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So why did he send it? So this
I'll sustain the objection.
address that you got here, do you know where this address was, whose address this was for?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did you learn that?
Because that's the place we went to at first.
Okay. And did you want this address?
Did I want the address?
Yes.
I didn't ask him for it. He just sent it to me.
Okay. And now what did you do with it once you got the address?
Nothing.
Did you make your way back out to 4104 from Plumbago Place?
No, ma'am.
That phone number that he sent you, did you try to call that phone number that he sent you?
Did I try to call it?
Yes.
No, ma'am. I don't think I called it. I ain't called
Or
it.
do you know whether or not that was the correct phone number that he sent to you?
Eventually, I found out it wasn't
When did you find that out?
when I came here.
So when he told you, and he, meaning Dimitri, when Dimitri told you that they're not letting him touch anything right now, at this point, what are you going to do? Because after all, at this point, you've completed what you believe was your part of this deal. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your plan? What are you going to do?
Well, there was no plan after that. I was just gonna wait. I had no choice but to wait.
And did you ever try to call? You indicated a few minutes ago you tried. I think did you try to call that phone number that he sent to you?
What's the objection?
Ask and answer.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you ever make contact with this defendant after you shot and killed Makeva?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any contact whatsoever with this defendant anymore after you shot and killed Makeva?
No, ma'am.
Did you attempt to have contact with this defendant after you shot and killed Makeva?
I tried, yes.
Unsuccessfully?
Yes, ma'am.
Did this defendant try to reach out to you after you shot and killed Makeva? Do you know?
Not that I know of, no.
So, as the days and time pass after Makeva is shot and killed, do you and Dimitri Dale have some conversations?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those conversations about what took place?
Like, what happened?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there a point in time where you and Dimitri Dale discussed coming up with some sort of game plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
Well, it's when I came to his house. Well, I picked his mom up from somewhere, dropped her back home, and he was telling me that you're basically trying to throw us down, for killing his wife. So that's when we came up with the game plan. We made something up to throw the police off, so we wouldn't go down for it.
So you made something up to throw the police off.
Yes, ma'am.
So I couldn't hear what you said on that last part.
You said on the last part I said we made something. He told me that Euri was trying to throw us. He told me that Euri was trying to throw us. He told me that Euri was trying to throw us down for the murder. So that's when we came up with the game plan to strategize, throw the police off, basically.
He told you that the defendant was doing what?
He was, blaming us for the murder.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
I was angry. I was mad.
And so then you and Dimitri decided to try to devise a plan to try to throw Detective Sean Oliver off
Yes,
the
ma'am.
trail.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as part of you coming up with this, what you call the game plan, did you go so far as to writing out something?
Yes, ma'am.
And who wrote it?
I wrote it.
Okay, I'm going to show you what is going to be states 8, and it's a 3-page document. Do you recall? Judge McPherson, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. All right, is that your handwriting, first of all?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Did you write this?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is about 3 pages, 2.5 pages. All these pages, is that your handwriting also?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your handwriting on this page as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this, you have a title up here in parentheses, and it's called Game Plan. Did you write that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this document fairly and accurately reflect this game plan that you wrote at some point after you killed Makeva?
You said, does it affect to what happened?
Does it accurately reflect?
To what happened?
You wrote. What you wrote. We'll get to that. We'll get to what
That's what I wrote. Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Is this what you wrote?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, this time state what offering to evidence states 8.
All right, State Exhibit 8 will be introduced without objection.
Now this, first of all, why did you call it a game plan?
Because
Why is that the title of it?
that's the plan we made up.
And in this game plan, who are these, even though it's in your handwriting, are these your words, or are they words from you and Dimitri,
It's both.
blended together in this one document?
It's both of us and together.
Now, in this document, you write in this document, well, first of all, Zeen, spelled Z-E-E-N, as you have stated in this letter here. Who is that person?
That's Dimitri. That's a nickname.
Okay, that's his nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the way you refer to him throughout this letter, as Zeen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you write in this letter that, and then as his friend is cutting my hair, he pulls out a revolver and he says, "Take this for your protection." And I was like, WTF, bro, I'm gonna just give you your money back. And he said, no, or it's gone. It's gonna be problems. So I took it and tucked it in my pants. And then we played basketball. Then he told Zeen, me, to meet up with me later. Then we left, but I never told Zeen anything. Now explain, did you just hear all that I just said?
Yes, ma'am.
Part of this document? Explain that to us. And let's take it piece by piece, because you said that he gave you a gun, a revolver. Did he do that?
No, ma'am.
So why did you write in this document?
Like I said before, we were trying to throw the police off.
And when you say you're trying to throw the police off, well, in what direction are you trying to throw them?
Off of us.
And towards who? Anybody?
Euri.
And why him?
Because at that time, Dimitri told me that, he was trying to blame us for it.
Now you also indicate that Zeen never told you anything. Is that accurate? What did you mean by that?
Can you reread it for me?
You said we played basketball, then he told Zine, me, to meet up with me later. Then we left, but I never told Zine anything. What did you mean by I never told Zine anything?
Like, I never told him, like, that Euri told me to meet back up with him in that writing right there.
Now, at this point, does Dimitri know that you're writing this letter?
Yeah, we at his house.
Did Dimitri want you to write this letter?
Yeah, he wrote something down, too. We both wrote something.
Then you go on to say, 29th, Zine called me and said, ain't you supposed to follow me to his house? And I said, yeah. Is that part accurate?
That's what I wrote down, yes.
Were you supposed to follow Dimitri to his house?
What, in that
Did
writing?
you? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wrote down, yes, ma'am.
Well, did you end up following Dimitri to his house?
Yes, ma'am, I did end up following Dimitri to his house.
Now, when you wrote this letter, are there parts in here that are true and parts in here that are not true?
Yes, ma'am.
After you prepared the letter, what was your plan to do with the letter?
I was supposed to throw it away.
You're supposed to throw it away?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, why go through the trouble of writing it?
So I could remember, you know, because Detective Oliver wanted to interview me, kept blowing up my phone, so I could remember what to tell him. That's the point of me writing it.
So you wrote this letter as a reminder to yourself of what to say, just in case when Detective Oliver was questioning you, you got jammed up.
Yes, ma'am.
You would know what to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there ever any point that you were supposed to send this letter in to Detective Sean Oliver?
Once I got incarcerated, I tried to have my I think it was my auntie give it to Oliver. Yes.
This was after you were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you at that point think that it was necessary? Because when you were out, before you were arrested for this, it wasn't your plan to send it to Detective Oliver then, was it?
Yes, ma'am. It wasn't my plan.
It was not your plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So why then, once you are arrested for this, did you decide that you want to send this letter to Detective Oliver?
Because that's what, you know, he was using off of, you know, to have me incarcerated at that time. And I was saying it wasn't real. We made it up.
Now, there come a point, Mr. Joseph, that you were arrested for this, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the September 2nd, 2017, sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the date you were arrested and charged with this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we spoke a little bit earlier about what you pled to in this case, and that was second-degree murder with a weapon, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, though, before you pled guilty to second-degree murder with a weapon, you were in custody for a while, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not looking to cooperate with the state, were you?
No, ma'am.
At some point, you decided that you needed to,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
you wanted to.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, how did you go about doing that? Did you talk to your lawyer about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you tell your lawyer that you wanted to cooperate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell your lawyer that you wanted to confess?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know when you did that, that once you confessed, that was going to implicate, and what I mean by implicate, that was going to basically tell on everybody else who was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew that was going to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you ready to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, second-degree murder with a weapon. First of all, initially you're charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at life in prison,
Yes, ma'am.
right? When you pled guilty to second-degree murder with a weapon, you pled guilty and you were adjudicated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you have not been sentenced yet, have you?
No, ma'am.
Your sentence could be anywhere between 5 and 20 years in the Department of Corrections, meaning prison, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Followed by probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is 10 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that agreement is that you had to cooperate, meaning that you had to testify truthfully in any hearing, deposition, trial of anyone connected with the death and murder of Makeva Jenkins. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that why you're sitting up there today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any expectation on what your sentence is going to be once this trial is over?
You said, do I have any expectations?
Of what your sentence is going to be once this trial is over?
No, ma'am. I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Now, the charge that you pled to, and that's what I want to focus on right now, the charge that you pled to. Are you familiar with a score sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the charge that you pled to, once you serve your time in prison, depending on however much time the court feels is appropriate for you, you're going to be on probation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're going to be on probation for 10 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you were to screw up on that probation by so much as picking up or driving while your license is suspended, or picking up a new charge of anything, or not complying with conditions of probation like reporting once a month, you can be violated on that probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the charge that you pled to, are you still looking at life in prison?
Based on the charge that I pled to?
If you were to come back to this court on a violation of probation, that's a charge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Say you go out, you're on probation, you pick up a new charge, you pick up some violation, right? You get arrested for violation of probation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's something that still has to be proven against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That you violated, that you willfully violated your probation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if a court finds that you did willfully violate your probation, you can still be sentenced up to life in prison. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on what you pled to in this case. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm sorry. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So sorry. This page right here, this is your score sheet. You've seen this before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what is the minimum if you were to violate probation, and if you were to be found guilty of that violation of probation? What is the absolute minimum the judge could give you? What does that number say right there, minimum?
Objection, Judge. Come here, brother.
Yes.
So now, if you were to violate that probation, and let me just make this clear. When we first started talking here on Friday, I asked you some questions about a charge that you picked up since you've been in custody on this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you picked up a new charge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that charge has to do with you making a shank, a knife. right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you pled guilty to that.
Ms. Ellis, let me just stop you for a minute. We're kind of going a little bit beyond the mid-morning break period, and I would like to give my jurors a little break. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a 15-minute break. It's 11:15 now, so let me have you come back at 11:30. While you are on your break, please do not discuss anything about this case with each other or with anyone else. Please don't use your cell phones to try to look up anything about the case. Thank you very much. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. Okay, anything else before we take a recess?
Real quick,
Yes.
I understand that people get emotional, and I understand the rules as far as victims and family being permitted in court even when they're a witness, and I didn't object to, I guess Ms. Harrow
Yes.
being in court, but if she cannot maintain
Judge, I'll speak with her.
lack of emotion or whatever we want to, I'm not using the right word, but the court understands what I'm saying.
Right.
And she needs to remain outside. I know she's going to be a witness. I didn't have a problem with her sitting here because of the type of testimony that she's going to give, but you can't have what happened in a while ago.
And Judge, I can tell the court, Judge, and all candor to the court, Judge, we have instructed all of the family members, Makeva's family members, that there can be no outburst, no show of emotion, no display of emotion. And we will do it again, Judge. We instruct them every day. So I think this was just,
Well,
I don't think she meant to do it.
I think that the lady who had the emotional outburst did the appropriate thing by immediately leaving the courtroom. If it occurs again, it could cause
Yes.
more of a problem. And, perhaps if she can't control herself, and I certainly understand how difficult that may be, she could always watch on Zoom. We could turn the Zoom on for her.
Okay.
So maybe you might want to give her that alternative to avoid any problems. And if she wishes to, I'll make sure the Zoom is on.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lerman. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Good. We gotta see her for 15 minutes. We gotta see her. We gotta see her for 15 minutes. I'm sure. I'm not. I'm straight. You asked me. You say you finished. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm ready to trying to get this over with.
Come to order, court is back in session.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Are we ready to bring the jury out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Dave, let's bring them out.
Jury entering.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Ellis, redirect examination.
Joevan, defense counsel asked you earlier about this money that you, Judge, may he remove his mask, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Defense counsel asked you about this money, okay, that you were texting to Dimitri Dale about, the $20 for the gas and all this other stuff, you and Dimitri Dale going back and forth. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask him for $20 after you had just gotten paid by this defendant to do a job to kill Makeva?
Yeah, yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Regardless as to how much money you got paid, because in your written statement or this little game plan that you wrote, you indicated it was $1,500, right?
Yes, yes, I did.
You told us in a proffer, you told us in deposition, and you're telling this jury today that it was $10,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Regardless as to how much money you received from this defendant, did this defendant give you any money at all?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it for?
To kill his wife.
The discussions that you had before you killed his wife, the 28th, when you called it late night, leading into the 29th, the day that you murdered her, was this defendant included in those discussions with you and Dimitri Dale
Yes, ma'am.
about killing his wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And who asked you to kill Makeva Jenkins?
Euri Jenkins.
Judge, if I can just have a moment,
You
please.
may.
Nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, may the witness be released.
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can step down, sir. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state will call Makeva Jenkins.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, could I have you all go out into the jury room, please? Please don't discuss anything about the case while you're back there. I see counsel up the bench, please. Where'd Ms. Ellis go outside?
She's,
All
it's
right.
okay, Judge.
What's okay?
Her being outside. We can go.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything you would like me to instruct the jury. Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. So, Mr. Lerman, just let me know if you need more time after that, okay? Thank you.
Remain seated, court is back in session.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lerman, have you made a decision what you'd like to do?
We are not asking for mistrial, we're asking for a curative instruction. That's-
Okay.
I-
And have both sides read the curative, and is everyone in agreement with the court reading this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I think what I would like to do is, rather than bringing more attention to what the witness did, Mr. Greer, I'm going to have deputies escort him into the witness stand without handcuffs on, have him testify, and when he's finished, I will have the jury go back in the jury room, and I will have him escorted out from the witness stand by deputies. Okay?
Thank you.
And he is not to be permitted in the courtroom. He can watch on Zoom, but not in the courtroom. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I will read this to the jury after we bring them out.
And for my client, it's obviously up to the court that you might want to go over.
All right.
the decision with him,
Mr. Jenkins, could I have you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give me is the truth? Thank you. You heard what your attorney, Mr. Lerman, just advised me of, that you are not asking for a mistrial based on what Mr. Greer did in open court. What you are agreeing to instead is that the court read this curative instruction to the jury. Is that all correct? Yes. All right. Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, we didn't know, since we're bringing him in before the jury comes, if Your Honor wanted, you told him what you said in here, but if Your Honor wanted to remind him of...
I can remind him. Hopefully he won't do anything like that again. Okay, let's bring Mr. Greer back in, please. Yeah, let's turn it on just to be safe. Yeah, and then you can watch it on Zoom. Okay. It's all right, we don't need it right this minute. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. All right, Mr. Greer,
Yes.
about
First,
10 minutes ago, you did some things that caused a great problem for the court. And I understand you're being upset, but the conduct that you engaged in is completely inexcusable in a courtroom. So I'm going to advise you, I don't want to see anything like that occur again. I don't want you to say anything to Mr. Jenkins again. If it happens again, you are likely to have the court find you in direct criminal contempt, which could enable the court to sentence you, if appropriate, to up to 5 months and 29 days in jail. That's not something I want to do. So do you think that you can control your emotions and your actions?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So when the jury comes back in, the clerk is going to place you under oath, and then the attorneys will begin to question you. When you're finished being questioned, we're going to put the jury back out, and then I'm going to have deputies take you out of the courtroom. What I'm going to do is not have you come back in the courtroom, but you can certainly watch the rest of the trial on Zoom, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Recording in progress.
Okay, great, thank you.
Jury entering.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Members of the jury, regarding the incident which you all observed in this courtroom, I am now instructing you to not consider that event, and neither party, the state nor Mr. Jenkins, is to be held responsible for such action. So please disregard anything that you saw just a few moments ago in the courtroom. Thank you all very much.
Your Honor,
State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Oh, let me place the witness on the road.
Face toward the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Cox.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Greer.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Greer,
Alexis.
why don't we start by having you introduce yourself to the members of our jury? Can you state your full name, first and last?
Yes. I want to start by apologizing to the judge, and I want to apologize for my actions and how I disrupted everything.
Can you, okay,
And my name is Makeva Greer.
okay, Mr. Greer, can you spell your first and last name for us?
Makeva is Marquavious. Greer, Greer.
Thank you. How old are you, Mr. Greer?
27 years old.
And what do you do for a living?
I work as a packaging operator in my hometown
And where do you work as a packaging operator?
at Telus in Belglade.
Do you go by a nickname?
Quay,
Quay, Q-U-A-Y? How do you spell
Q-U-A-Y,
it?
yeah.
Okay. And so who calls you Quay?
Mostly everybody that know me calls me Quay.
Now, before we proceed, Mr. Greer, I want to clear up something just in case there's any confusion. Did you have any involvement in any plan to kill Makeva Jenkins?
No, not at all.
Did you stand to gain any money or any property after the death of Makeva Jenkins?
No.
Okay. Where were you living back in June of 2017?
I was living with Makeva at her home.
And who is Makeva to you?
Makeva's my older sister,
How much older?
11 years older.
And can you describe the relationship that you had with Makeva? Were the two of you close?
Yeah, we were really close. You know, I looked at her. She was like one of the people that knew me best, you know. She always helped me out, always stirred me on the right track. She always knew that she had to look after her little brother. You know, that's what she did. That's what she did.
You said this is your sister. Now, did the two of you have the same mother and father, or?
We had the same mother, not father.
And what's your mother's name?
Maquesta Harrell.
And do you have the same grandmother through that mother?
Yes, we had the
obviously?
same grandmother,
What's your grandmother's name?
Gloria Willis.
Okay. Does she also go by Gloria Harrell?
She go by Jeannie.
Okay. Now, at the residence, 4104 Plumbago Place, is that in Palm Beach County?
Yes.
And back in 2017, who lived at that residence? Let's start by telling me all the adults that lived there.
All the adults were Makeva, Euri, myself, and the 3 kids.
Okay, so the adults in the house were your sister Makeva Jenkins, yourself, and then you said another person. Is that Euri Jenkins?
Yes, that's correct.
And who is Euri Jenkins?
Euri was my brother-in-law,
Okay, and that would have been your sister's husband?
my sister's husband, correct?
Okay, now do you see Euri Jenkins in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you identify him by something he's wearing? on the
Yes.
record?
he's wearing a white shirt, maroon tie, and black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in court?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what about children? You said there were 3 adults living in the house. How many children lived there?
There were 3 children that lived there:
And what are their names?
Zoe Jenkins, Sanaya King, and Euri Jenkins.
And those children, who were the parents of those children that lived in the house?
Makeva Jenkins and Euri Jenkins.
And then Sanaya, was Euri Jenkins her father or stepfather?
Euri was her stepfather.
And how old was she? Was she the oldest?
She was the oldest. She was like 13, 14 at the time.
Okay. And so back in 2017, how old were your other niece and nephew?
27. My niece, my baby niece, was almost 1, and my nephew was 6.
Okay.
Was he 6 at the time?
Now, how long had you all been living together on at the address on Plumbago Place?
We had been living there for 7 months to a year.
And the whole time that your sister and the defendant lived at that address, were you there living with them?
Not the whole time, but I was there majority of the time. Yes.
Now, before they moved to that residence, did you also live with them somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in Casabrera, and it was in the same place as Plumbago, but it was on a front street.
Okay. So in total, how long would you say that you lived with your sister and her husband, the defendant?
Quite some time. I would say like a year and a half.
Year and a half?
Mm-hmm.
And during that year and a half, did you also build a relationship with the defendant, Euri Jenkins?
Yes.
And describe that relationship for us.
Me and Euri, we were cool. We were tight. You know, we always hung out, went to parties, and we did a lot of things that, you know, to have fun, and we always, you know, hung out together. We had a really good relationship. It was something like a brother relationship.
So you looked at Euri as, was he older than you?
Yes.
How old was Euri at that time?
Euri was 28, 27 at that time. No, 30. I'm not sure.
So did you look at him as like a big brother?
Yes.
And you had your older sister who also looked out for you?
Yes.
Living in the house with your sister and her husband for, I think you said about a year and a half, did you get to observe how they were with each other?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship with each other?
They had a pretty cool relationship. It was, you know, cool, calm, and collective. They always kept it cool. Everything was always happy moments, and everything was always good.
So if they were to argue or ever disagree, would they do that away from you and maybe the children?
They would, if they had a disagreement, it would always be, you know, in private. We never knew that it was shown. It was never shown, so we never knew. If they had a disagreement, they would take it in the room and close the door, and they would handle their business in there.
Okay. But and what you were allowed to see or what they showed you was them happy. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that they were, based on what you saw. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Now, if there were any problems or anything going on, you're Makeva's kid brother. Did she come and tell you all of her business about what's going on in her marriage?
Yeah, she told me a couple times.
Okay.
She told me
But in
some
terms
things.
of, well, let me ask you this, in terms of the day-to-day and everything that was going on between her and the defendant, were those certain things that she kept to herself?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the house, I believe you said that it's, as far as the adults, it was yourself, your sister, and her husband. Maquesta, you mentioned Maquesta is both of your mom, right?
Yes.
Did Maquesta ever live at that residence?
No, she would visit. She would visit occasionally though. Like she would visit. Often, very often. She would come like every weekend, or every other weekend. Since Makeva was so busy with everything else, you know, she needed a little extra help. So she would always call my mom to help her.
Okay. Did Maquesta, and let me ask you, does Maquesta have a nickname as well?
Yes, her name, they call her Quest.
Okay. So you're Quay, and people that know her call her Quest. Is that correct?
Right.
And did Maquesta or Quest, did she ever live at the residence on Plumbago Place?
No.
So the only people that ever lived there would have been you, the defendant, and your sister, adults.
That's right.
As long as you had been living at that particular residence, were there ever times when people would come over to the house on Plumbago Place because they expected to see Quest there, like looking for her, asking for her friends?
No.
Where did Maquesta live?
In Belglade.
So did she have her own place?
Yeah, she had her own place.
So she had her own place in Belglade, and who did she live with?
She lived with herself and, well, my stepfather at the time.
All right. Now, what did your sister Makeva, what did she do for a living?
She had her own business. She had a side job, and she did taxes.
Okay. So let's break that down a little bit. Now, you said Makeva had her own business, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, had she gone off to college?
Yeah, she went to college.
Okay, you know where she went?
She went to University of South Florida in Tampa
Okay. And
for
did
her
she
bachelor's.
got her bachelor's there? Did she go somewhere else?
Yeah, after she went to University of South Florida, she went to Barry University for her master's in Miami.
All right. And so you said she had her own business. Now, did she also work another job for a company or an agency?
Yes.
What did she do there?
She worked for Department of Children and Family, where she would go into the homes and counsel parents on how to be better parents. And she would arrange meetings with them, go to their house, and she would do paperwork for them in order for them to, you know, go through the process of being a good parent.
Did she, for that job, did she do that job at home, or did she work that job at an office?
She worked from home and at the office, both.
Okay, so there was an office that sometimes she would actually work from,
Yes,
away from home?
yes.
Now, you mentioned her job at DCF. Did you say she also had 2 other jobs that she did, or businesses?
Yeah, she had her own business where she was writing business plans for people who wanted to start their business. She would always write and type out the business plan for the people that came and wanted to start a business, and she would get paid for doing so.
Okay. So she was a consultant?
Yes.
All right. And did she do that job from home, or was that job from her office?
She did that job from home.
And then you mentioned a third job or business that she had doing taxes.
Right.
Okay. And, you know, was that something she did at home, or was she working for a company at an office?
She did that job at her office.
Okay. She did that job at an office.
With the taxes, yes.
All right. Did you ever work with her in any of those jobs?
Yes.
Which one, or which ones?
I did. I helped her with her Department of Children and Family job. She would let me arrange her folders, and I would be the one to schedule the meetings and do the summary report on what she was doing with the parents. And she would give me the report, and I would type it and put it into her files, and she paid me to do that.
Okay. And did you ever help her with any of the other businesses?
Yeah, with her taxes, I would go to her office and organize her bins that were full of files and put them all in order, clean up the office for her, help her arrange paperwork, stuff like that.
So you have a good understanding of what she was doing with her businesses?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Now, did her husband, the defendant, was he employed?
He wasn't employed. I mean, he had jobs here and there, but he wasn't too much employed.
So what primarily would he do to make money?
He would cut hair.
And was he cutting hair in a barber shop?
No, he wasn't cutting hair at a barber shop.
Where was he cutting hair?
At the home.
Okay. So did he have a space at home where it was like a makeshift barber shop?
Yes, he had like he made his own barber shop at home where he would, have like a makeshift barber shop with a wooden shelves where he would hang up his clippers and all his barber stuff.
Okay, and where was that located in the house?
In the garage.
And so while you were living there, would you be at home when he was cutting hair?
Yes.
Right. So you kind of got an idea of how frequently he would have customers come over to the house?
Yes.
Now, would you say that his job cutting hair, that he had, steady customers coming in and out all day, or was it here and there random?
It was here and there. He might, like every blue moon, he might get a handful of customers, but it was never like a long line standing out in the from the home.
Now, based on your time being in the house and what you were able to observe, do you know who was taking care of finances at the house?
Makeva.
And do you know if she was paying everything or some things? Do you know any of that?
No, I don't know if she was paying everything.
Okay. Did it appear to you, based on what you observed while you lived there, that she was paying or keeping some of the keeping up the household with her income?
Majority of everything, yes.
Okay. Now, how many cars did Makeva have?
Makeva had 2 cars.
Right.
No, she had 3 cars.
Okay, what type of cars did she have?
She had a Nissan Altima, a Chevy Malibu, and a Kia Sorento.
But were any of those vehicles an SUV, or were they all cars?
One was an SUV and 2 were cars.
Okay, sir. So I want to ask you a few questions about this home on Plumbago Place and show you some photographs. One moment. All right, I'm going to show you what I'm marking as the state's Composite Exhibit 9A through Q. Showing defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
if you can, Mr. Greer, just take a look at those photos, just pull through them and let me know when you're done. And I just want to know if you recognize what is contained in each of those photos. Do you recognize what's contained in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And these are photographs from a house, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell me whose house this is?
Makeva's home.
Okay, the home that you were living in?
Yes, that's the home.
All right, and so are these, all of these images from the residence of 4104 Plumbago Place?
Yes.
Now, what we see in the photos, do the photos fairly and accurately depict or show the house as it was back June 29th of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer into evidence State's Composite Exhibit 9A through Q.
No objection.
All right, State Composite Exhibit 9A through Q will be introduced without objection.
Permission to publish, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Okay. Put them back in order. Okay, so I'm going to start with A. All right, and what do you see in photo A, Mr. Greer? Can you see that?
Oh, yes, I can see it.
Okay. Do you recognize what's here?
Yes.
Is this your house?
Yes.
Okay. And so we see a downstairs level and an upstairs level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so do you know what we're looking at? Can you tell us what we're looking at in this image?
Well, this would be the dining room area next to the stairway in front of the first living room area.
The first.
So this would be the downstairs as you enter into the home. That would be the first part of the house you would see.
Now, how many bedrooms were in this house?
There were 3 bedrooms.
And where were the bedrooms located?
They were all upstairs.
So all 3 bedrooms are upstairs, and then what's downstairs?
The kitchen and the living rooms.
Okay, so this is one living room dining area?
Yes, the dining area.
Okay, and then where we see this pillow, that's like the living room you're referring to?
Yes.
And what's this little space up here?
That is the upstairs area.
This is the upstairs area? Okay,
Yes.
we'll get to another photograph of that area. All right, so I'm gonna show you now what is B. Now, can you tell what's contained in this image?
Yes.
Okay, what area of the house is this?
This is going into Makeva's bedroom.
Okay, would you say going into Makeva's bedroom, do you mean this little walkway here?
Yes, that hallway or that walkway.
And what's right here? You can see my red dot.
That would be the loft area.
Okay, and is this the loft area? Is this the area where you would sleep in the home?
Yes, that's where I would sleep.
All right, and then if you look over the railing here, what can you see downstairs?
I can see the front. I can see the first living room, plus part of the kitchen, and the part of the second living room.
I'm going to show you C, and I think you mentioned this earlier, but is C that living room, the formal living room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Now, when you say first living room, second living room, which one would this one be?
That would be the first living room. As you first enter the home, that would be the living room that you see first.
Showing you D, and so what are we looking at here in D?
That's the first living room.
And what vantage, like where would you be looking to see it in this way?
You will be upstairs looking down.
Okay, so you're upstairs from the staircase or the loft area, you could look down and see this area?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll show you E, 9E. What are we seeing in 9E?
This is the stairway entering the upstairs.
Okay, so to get upstairs, you know, are there multiple ways to get upstairs to the second floor, or just one way to get up there?
Just one way.
And you would need this staircase?
Yes, that staircase would be needed to get upstairs.
This is 9F. So would this be the area that you're seeing as you're walking up the last few stairs to get to the second floor loft?
Yes, that would be the second staircase leading upstairs.
Okay, and so when you actually walk up these stairs and you get on the loft, what's this area back here?
That would be Makeva's work area.
Okay, and is your bed up on this area as well?
Yes,
See it?
where
Up there?
yes, it's up there to the left. It would be.
Now, when you walk up the stairs, are you able to go right or left, or do you have to just go forward?
You can go right or left.
Okay, so tell us, if you walk up these stairs and you turn right, what's to the right?
To the right would be the kids' room.
Okay, and then what would you see if you go up these stairs and you go to the left?
If you go to the left, you will see Makeva's room.
And to the left, how many bedrooms are to that left area?
One bedroom.
Okay, and that one bedroom would be the bedroom that Makeva shared with her husband?
That's correct.
Show you G, and this is just another view of that loft area when you're at the last stair, getting ready to walk onto the second floor. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
H. Okay. Now tell us where the staircase is. I want to make sure that we're right here. Is this the staircase here from another angle?
Yes.
Okay, so you're walking up this staircase, and when you walk up, this is the area that you would see?
Yes.
And this is what you refer to as the loft?
Yes.
All right. Is this your sleeping area?
Yeah, that would be my sleeping area.
Okay. And then there's some pictures up here on this wall, is that correct?
Yes.
What's down this hallway?
To the right, you mean?
Well, this area where these pictures are you able to tell us what's down that hallway?
Yeah, Makeva's bedroom would be down that hallway.
And then is this the other side where you said the children's bedroom are located?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you image I. This is another image of the second floor loft area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Different view, but we see your bed. Is that right?
That's right.
And what is this area here?
That would be Makeva's workstation.
Okay, this is when you said she worked from home. This is the area she would work from in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And then, are these her electronics here?
Yes.
What's this?
That is her Mac computer and with her printer.
Okay, this is her printer?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Same area, loft?
Yes, that's the same area.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you K. All right, so staircase here, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, you said when you go to the right, there are kids' bedrooms. Would that be these bedrooms here?
Yes.
There's another door. What does that door lead to?
That's the restroom.
Okay, so there's two kids' rooms. And whose rooms are those?
That would be my nephew and my niece's room.
And when you say niece, you mean your older niece or the baby?
My older niece.
This is L. Whose room is shown in this photo?
That would be my older niece, Sanaya's room.
Okay. And that's one of those bedrooms we just saw in the other photo?
Yes.
How about image M? Whose room is this?
That's my nephew's room.
The 6-year-old.
Yes,
Now, there's a dresser in this bedroom, is that right?
yes.
Where did you keep, I know you said you stayed or you slept in the loft area, but where did you keep your clothing, your belongings?
I kept all my stuff in my nephew's room.
And is that this room?
Yes.
And what types of things would you keep in there?
My clothes, my knickknacks, you know, a couple jewelry, a couple hats, shoes, stuff like that.
And did you keep your jewelry in there?
Yes.
I'll show you. Where is this dresser located?
That's located next to the door
In which room?
in my nephew's room.
And then there's something that's right here on a little cloth or something. Do you know what that is? Can you tell?
Yes, I could tell it's some jewelry.
Which jewelry is that?
That's my jewelry.
And why would your jewelry be there?
'Cause that's where I kept all of my belongings.
And would that jewelry have been there? Is that where you keep it all the time regularly?
Yeah.
Okay. Would it have been there, you know, in the night that we're here to talk about, the night and morning of that incident? Did you leave your jewelry there at that time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a close-up. This is O. And this is a close-up of what we see lying on that cloth on the dresser. Are these your items, sir?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
That's my chain. I had a necklace that I had set up there with a couple quarters.
Another view of what? What are we looking at here from the second floor?
This is the entrance into Makeva's room.
Would that be here?
Yes.
And then our last photo is Q. What are we seeing in Q?
This is Makeva's bedroom.
Okay, so this is, we see the hallway leading to the bedroom, image P, and then Q, would you agree, is a close-up of that hallway and her doorway?
Yes.
Now, did Makeva have a cell phone?
Yes.
Did the defendant have a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and is the phone that you normally reached him on for, you know, the year and a half that you lived with him?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you at any point learn that he had more than one cell phone?
Yes.
And when did you learn about the second cell phone?
The day of the incident.
The day of the incident. Okay, let's go back a little bit. So, as you're seated there now, you know that at some point prior to your sister's murder, you found out that her husband had a second cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you learn about it from him? Did you find out about it on your own? Did she tell you about it?
No, he told me about it.
Okay. And what did he say about his second phone?
He said that he had a second phone that he was going to use, and he gave me the phone.
He gave you the phone or the phone number?
Well, he gave me the phone. Well, no, he had the phone to himself. He had it himself, and he told me that he had. Well, I seen the phone, and he also told me that he had a phone.
Okay. And so, do you know why he told you he had a phone? Like, what did he tell you about the phone?
He told me that he didn't tell me why he had the phone. I just knew that he had it for some reason. You know, I guess to call or do business with other people.
Okay. And when you saw the phone, did he ask you to do anything as it relates to that phone? Did he ask you to do anything for him as it related to that cell phone?
Yeah, you mean the day of the incident, correct?
No, I'm just saying period.
No, he didn't ask me to do anything with the phone.
Okay, did he ever ask you to call him on that phone?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Okay, did you ever call him on that phone?
On the second phone?
Correct.
No.
Okay. Now, we talked about the layout of the house, and we also talked about the cars, but I want to ask you, was there a certain car that you drove of your sister's?
Yes, I drove the Nissan Altima.
Okay, and was that the only one you ever drove?
No, I drove other cars.
Okay.
Well, I drove the other ones too, but it was only through the permission of Makeva.
Okay, but the car that you drove mostly was the Altima?
Yes.
All right. Do you ever recall a time when anyone had, and I mean anyone by, let me rephrase that. Was there ever a time when someone, another driver, hit one of the cars that was parked outside of the house? Do you recall that ever happening?
No, I don't recall
Okay.
that happening.
So none of the cars, to your knowledge, were damaged as a result of a hit and run while it was parked outside in your yard?
No, I actually wrecked the Nissan. It was damaged, and it wasn't total, but it was pretty beat up from the accident.
Now, and so my question is, did any person that doesn't live in the house, another driver, driving along the street, ever crash into any of those cars that were parked outside in the driveway, to your knowledge?
No.
So I want to push forward a little to the date of June 28th, 2017. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the day before, the day that's actually before the morning of your sister's murder. So I want to talk about some events that happened on that day, okay?
The 28th.
The 28th.
Okay.
All right. You were living at the house at that time?
Yes.
And everybody who you named previously, everyone was still living at that house, is that right?
Yes.
Now, your niece that was 13 or 14, what was her name? Say her name again?
Sanaya King.
Was Sanaya at home that week, or do you know if she was around?
No, Sanaya was in Tampa with her dad.
Okay.
On the 28th.
So as far as the children in the house, it would have only been the baby who was about 1 and the 6-year-old.
Yes.
Now, on the 28th, did you ever encounter Dimitri Dale at the house?
Yes.
All right, and you know who Dimitri Dale is?
Yes.
All right. Now, how do you know Dimitri Dale? Did you have a relationship with him on your own, or was he someone that you only knew through your brother-in-law?
He was someone that I only knew through my brother-in-law.
Now, when Dimitri came to the house that day on the 28th, did he bring anyone with him?
Yes.
Okay, and the person that he brought with him, had you ever seen that person before?
No, never seen that person before.
Okay. So tell us about interactions that you observed or that you had with Dimitri Dale, the friend that he brought over, and your brother-in-law on the 28th.
Well, on that day, it was pretty much a normal day. Makeva had left to go to Fort Lauderdale to do a business plan with someone to finalize it. And she was gone for like quite some time. So we had, stayed home, took care of things at home, and Dimitri came over to, socialize and I guess talk to Euri.
Okay.
And he had brought a friend there that day, and we all was, talking around, lounging around, chilling around, and we ended up cleaning the yard. We ended up cleaning the yard, the driveway, and just straightening up things around the house.
Okay. Did there come a time when the guy, the friend of Dimitri's, got a haircut?
Yes.
And who cut his hair?
Euri.
Okay. In the garage area where he has the makeshift barber station?
Correct.
Now, while Euri was cutting his hair, what were you doing?
While Euri was cutting his hair, I was in the garage. I was kind of just walking around, talking, playing the game here and there, playing with my nephew. Just, nicks and knacks, that's all.
Do you recall what Dimitri Dale was doing during that time, during the haircut?
He was playing basketball. He was talking to Euri, and he was just lounging around talking.
Okay, so during that afternoon or that time of day, there was some yard work being done, basketball being played. and a haircut.
Correct.
And the whole time that Demetri Dale was there, his friend who you had just met was there with him?
Yes.
Now, before the Demetri and his friend left, did you ever see conversations between this friend and the defendant, your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed in those conversations, or if you were able to hear anything?
Well, I wasn't able to hear some of the conversations because some of them was out in the driveway, and the one that I heard was in the garage while he was getting his haircut. They were talking about football and, you know, things of that nature and, you know, men stuff.
Okay. About how long do you think it took for his hair to get cut?
It took like, I'd say 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Not long.
And how long do you think, if you can estimate, I know you might not know for certain, but how long would you estimate Demetri Dale and his friend were at the house that day?
They were there for like an hour and a half. No, an hour.
An hour? Could have been more?
Could have been more.
Okay. All right. And so you said there was conversation between your brother-in-law, the defendant, and Demetri Dale's friend while he was getting a haircut. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever observe any other conversation that involved the two of them or the three of them, including Demetri Dale?
They talked without me,
Okay.
but they talked in the driveway.
Now, where did you see them talking in the driveway? Tell us about that.
They were in Demetri's car.
Who was in the car?
Demetri was in the car. His friend was in the car.
And where was your brother-in-law, the defendant? Where was
He was standing outside the car.
So he was standing outside of the car while the two of them were seated inside of the car?
Yes.
And, okay, so was he, you know, right up next to the car leaning in? Was he a ways back yelling? I mean, how was he communicating with them while they were in the car?
He was leaning in towards the car,
Okay.
communicating with them.
Were you able to hear what they were saying?
No.
What were you doing?
I was in the garage playing with my nephew.
Okay. Now, while the guy, Demetri Dale's friend, was at the residence, did you ever play basketball with him or have any conversations with him?
No, I didn't have any conversations. We played basketball. I probably shot once or twice. But him and Demetri, they kind of had a game going on, like a one-on-one. And so I just sat back and watched.
So you watched, did you get a good look at him?
Yes.
So at some point, Demetri Dale and his friend, they leave, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what kind of car they drove there in?
They drove in a white Charger.
A white Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Okay, hold on one second. And I just want to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as States Exhibit 4A through F, and ask you if you recognize what's in this image.
Yes.
Recognize that?
Yes, I recognize it.
And how do you recognize this vehicle?
I recognize it as the car that Demetri was driving.
So it's a white Dodge Charger like the one in this picture, is that right?
Yes.
And both he and his friend came in that car and they both left your house in that vehicle?
Yes.
So after they leave, what do you and Euri, the defendant, your brother-in-law, and the kids, what do you all do for the rest of the day?
We played a game and finished cleaning up the yard and just sit around.
Just sit around?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to fast forward a little later on in the late night hours of June 28th, early morning hours of June 29th, okay?
Okay.
All right, and you know the events that happened in the early mornings of June 29th, is that right?
Yes.
As being the reason why we're all here today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to take you to the point where you leave the house, or you leave the house at some point that morning, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And where is your sister This is the early morning. I know you said she had driven down to Fort Lauderdale. Did she make it back home that evening?
Yeah, she made it back home around that close to the night hours.
Okay, and you saw her?
Yes,
Talk
I
to
seen her, talked to her.
Okay. At some point, did she decide to go to bed?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any idea about what time that was?
She usually, she's really busy, so she go to bed kind of early, like around 9, 10.
Okay. Now, this particular time, do you know what time she went to bed actually, or are you just saying in general that's what time she goes to bed?
No, I don't know what time she went to bed actually.
Okay. And so where were the kids?
They were in the home. My nephew, it took him a while to go to sleep, but he was home while we were there. And the baby girl, she was home while we were there.
Okay, so it's a normal night.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
All right, and the kids go to sleep. Do you know did they go to sleep in their bedrooms? Were they in your sister's room? Where were they sleeping?
My nephew slept in his room. He had his room, and my niece, she slept some of everywhere in the house. But at the time, she had her own bed in Makeva's room. So she would sleep in Makeva's room.
Okay. You believe she was asleep upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said your nephew, he was asleep in his bedroom.
Yes.
Is that on the second floor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going into the early morning of June 29th, there came a point where you left the house to go somewhere. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And where did you go?
I went to the store, the 7-Eleven, on the corner of Hyperluxo and Lawrence.
Did you drive or walk?
I drove.
One of the cars at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And so why did you go to the 7-Eleven at that time of morning?
Euri had asked me to go get him a case of Mountain Dew sodas and a pack of Black & Milds.
Okay. Now, is this kind of a regular occurrence? You go to the store at that time of morning, or did it seem odd at that time?
No, it was. I had always been asked to go and get things like that, but it was pretty normal.
Okay. So did you go to the store?
Yes, I went to the store.
Now, how many times did you actually leave that morning? Was it once or more than once?
Well, I went to the store twice.
Okay, tell us why you went twice.
I went to the store, and I realized that in order to buy tobacco products, you had to be a certain age. And I looked it too young to get the tobacco products, so I needed my ID. So I rushed back to the house thinking that my ID was home where I left it. And I proceeded to get it and go back to the store.
Okay. So you went to the store, didn't have your ID, came back to get your ID and went back to the store. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you left the store, did you have the Mountain Dew and the tobacco products?
Yes, I had the Mountain Dew and the tobacco products.
Okay. And these were items that the defendant asked you to get for him?
Yes.
All right. So you come back to the house, and when you get back to the house, what's going on?
I get back to the house with the tobacco products and the Mountain Dew, and I see Euri out in front of the driveway.
Okay. Now, when you say out in front of the driveway, do you mean out in the road or just in the driveway near the cars?
In the driveway, looking at me park.
Looking at you park.
Yes.
Anyone else there at that time?
Yes, Dimitri is there.
Okay, it's Dimitri, who you know. He's also there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where's Dimitri when you pull up?
When I pull up, Dimitri is walking in the driveway and walking inside the garage.
All right. And then I'm just going to show you briefly what is state's Composite Exhibit 2A through F. Now, when we're talking about the residence on Plumbago Place where you live, this is that residence we see in 2A?
Yes, that's the residence.
And you're speaking about the garage. Are we referring to this garage?
Yes, that's the garage.
Okay. You recognize this garage as being the garage that's at your house, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you see Dimitri Dale, and Dimitri's in the garage, but Euri is outside?
Euri is outside, and he waits on me to get out of the car, then he walks into the garage.
Okay. So you come in, you get out of your car, you walk in the garage with the defendant?
Yes.
All right, and you have his items, the Mountain Dew, the tobacco products, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, do you give those items to him?
Yes.
And then what were you getting ready to do? What was your intention once you got back into that garage?
Well, my intention was to go inside and go to sleep.
Okay.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired. I didn't want to be up anymore, and I wanted rest. So I headed inside the house.
So did you make it into your bed to go to sleep?
No, I never made it inside the house.
Why not? What stopped you from going in to go to sleep?
What stopped me was that Euri insisted on cutting my hair.
Now, when you say insisted, what do you mean by that?
He told me that he wanted to cut my hair, and he wanted like I had to get a haircut from him.
Okay,
Almost.
so help us understand that. He insisted, and he made it seem like you had to get a haircut, but what does that mean? What was he saying to you that made you feel that he was insisting that he cut your hair?
He told me that, he wanted, because I had been asking him all week and mostly all month to cut my hair, and he never cut it. And he came to me, he was like, "Hey, I've been talking to your sister about cutting your hair. Let me cut your hair."
Okay, so he's telling you this at 2 in the morning.
Yes.
All right, so he didn't offer to cut it, earlier that day before when he was cutting Dimitri's friend's hair. Did he offer to cut it then?
No.
So 2 a.m., when you come back with the Mountain Dew and the tobacco product, this is now the first time that he's saying, "Hey, I need to cut your hair"?
Yeah.
All right, did you think that was odd, or were you just happy to get the haircut finally?
I thought it was pretty strange and odd.
Okay, did you let him cut your hair?
Yes.
All right, so we saw photographs of the barber station and a barber chair. Is that where you would sit to get your hair cut?
Yes.
Is that where you sat that morning?
Yes.
Okay, so does he start cutting your hair?
He starts cutting my hair.
Does he finish your haircut?
No.
All right, and why did he not finish your haircut?
In the midst of him cutting my hair, a masked gunman walked into the house, and he wasn't able to cut anymore.
Okay, so we're gonna stop right there. I'm going to show you another photo composite. And this is marked for identification as states composite 10D, A through D.
Yes, you may.
And I'm showing you a composite of photographs. Can you take a look and let me know if you recognize what's contained in those photos?
Yes, I recognize.
Okay, and what do we see in this 10A through D?
We see me with a half-done haircut.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict you or capture you as you looked on June 29th in the early morning hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would offer into evidence State Composite Exhibit 10A through D.
No objection.
All right, State Composite Exhibits 10A through D will be introduced without objection.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you 10A. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
And so this is a photograph of you with your hair partially cut. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you 10B. What are we seeing here? Is that you from the back?
Yes.
Now, we can see your a little bit of your scalp on this side. Is that how your hair is supposed to be?
Yes, it's supposed to be like that on both sides.
So this side should also be, we should also see your scalp on this side. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm showing you. See, this is another photo from the front. Okay. And I'll also show you photo D. And that shows us a little bit better of your hair on this would be your left side, is that right?
Yes.
So your hair should have been like this on both sides.
Right.
Now, is it your testimony that Mr. Jenkins, the defendant, was not able to finish the other side because the masked gunman came into the garage?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk about that. Do you recall when the gunman first came in the garage, where everyone was in the garage? And by everyone, I mean you, Euri, the defendant Euri, and Demetri Dale.
Yes.
Okay, tell us where everyone was located.
Demetri Dale was on the couch. I was sitting in the barber seat, and Euri was behind me.
Okay. Did he say anything when he came into the garage, the gunman?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, "Don't move."
Okay. Did you see anything in his hands?
Yes.
What was he holding?
A firearm.
Okay. Do you recall anything about, like, does it stand out what type of firearm or how the firearm looked?
It was a .38 revolver.
Okay. You remember the color?
It was silver.
And was he pointing it at anyone, or did he just have it in his hand?
He was pointing it.
Okay. Was he pointing at anyone in particular?
Yes, me, Euri, and Dale.
Okay. So he's pointing the gun, saying, "Don't move." What was your first reaction?
I laughed.
And why would you laugh?
I thought it was a joke. You know, I thought it was just someone coming to pull a prank. One of Euri's friends was just coming in playing with us.
Okay, so your first reaction was that it wasn't serious.
Right.
All right. And then did there come a point where you realized that it was serious? That
Yes.
This was for real? When was that?
That was when he ordered all us on the ground. He snatched me by my shirt and snatched off my barber cape, and he throws me on the ground.
Okay.
That's when I realized.
All right, so you're in the chair, he grabs you and throws you on the ground,
Right.
correct? Okay, he still has the gun?
Yes.
All right, and does everyone else get on the ground, or does he throw everyone on the ground?
He throws everyone on the ground.
So he grabs each one of you individually and throws you on the ground?
Yes.
All right. So at that point, you all comply? Does everybody do what he says to do?
Yes, everybody does it.
And he said, "Don't move." Is he saying anything else while you're still in the garage?
He's saying, "Don't move. Where's the money?"
Okay. So he said, "Don't move. Where's the money?" Anything else that you recall?
No, that's all I recall.
All right. Do you recall what this person had on, this gunman?
No, I don't recall. I know he had on a black mask and long black shirt, long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So he had on a black mask
Mm-hmm.
and a long sleeve black shirt.
Yes,
That's what you recall.
that's what I recall.
Did it appear, was there any part of his body or his skin that you were able to see?
Yes, his eyes
Okay.
and like his just his eyes.
Were you able to tell if he was black, white, or Hispanic?
He was black.
Okay. And did you get a good look and make a good observation about his stature, you know, his height, weight?
Yes,
Now, at this point in time, you said that you now realize that this was not a joke, this was something that was serious. Is that right?
yes, that's right.
And all three of you, and by the three of you, I mean the defendant, Demetri Dale, and you're all on the ground?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, do you move into the house?
yes.
And how is it that you went from the garage into the house?
The gunman ordered all us up and to go into the house.
Okay, and did you all get up and go?
Yes.
So you go into the house, and then once everyone is inside, tell us what happened.
Once everyone is inside, we're escorted upstairs into the loft area.
Now, is he saying anything as and when you say escorted, what do you mean by escorted?
Well, we all follow behind each other and go up the stairs as he was pointing. Well, he was escorting us from behind, and we ended up going upstairs.
Now, is he I know you use the word escort, but is he forcing you all to go upstairs at gunpoint? Is he making you go upstairs at gunpoint?
Yes.
Okay. It's not like you had a choice to say, no, I don't want to go. You all were being directed to go upstairs.
Yes.
All right. Do you make it up to the second floor?
Yes.
Now, is he saying anything else? He said, where's the money? Don't move. Is he saying anything else from the time that you all entered into the house and made it up to the second floor?
Yes.
What is he saying?
He's saying, at this point, he's asking where Quest is at.
Okay. Okay, and so you testified previously that Quest is a nickname for Maquesta, your mother.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that's your mother and Makeva's mother, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when he said, where is Quest, what went through your mind?
It was kind of shocking to me because why would somebody want my mom? You know, why would somebody even be here asking for my mom?
Okay.
And that's what was going through my head at the time.
So he says that, he asks where's the money, and then he makes you all go up to the second floor. Is that
Yes.
right? He still has the gun out?
He still has the gun out.
Now, while he's doing this, is he asking you all, he's saying where's the money, but is he making you, empty your pockets or asking for any valuables that are on your person?
No.
Never asked for any of those things.
He never asked for anything out of our pockets. None of that.
So you make it upstairs to the second floor, and are you in that area that we saw earlier, what we call the loft?
Yes.
Okay, and the three of you are there with the gunman?
Yes.
All right, so tell us what happens. The three of you, you're up there with him. What happens next?
What happens next is Dimitri, he tells the gunman, hey, let me get the kids out. After he tells him that, the gunman lets him get the kids out.
And when you say kids,
Well, he lets him get my nephew out.
okay. And when you say let him get him out, where did he go to get your nephew?
He went inside my nephew's room where he was sleeping, and he picked him up and brought him out of the room.
Okay. And so what is the gunman doing at this point? Is he running around and going through, the house to find valuables? What is he doing?
He's doing nothing but looking at me and Euri.
What is the defendant doing?
He's standing still, not doing nothing.
Okay. And what are you doing?
I'm standing still, not doing nothing.
Okay. So at this time, you all are standing up. He's allowing you to be on your feet, the
Yes.
gunman? All right. Dimitri Dale goes in to get your nephew out of his bedroom. Does he take your nephew somewhere?
Yeah, he takes him downstairs.
Okay. And does the gunman oppose this? Does he try to stop Dimitri Dale from going downstairs by himself?
No, he just lets him go downstairs.
Okay. So Dimitri Dale goes downstairs, and upstairs now we have you, the defendant, and the gunman.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And then your sister, where is she?
She's in the room asleep.
Okay. And like we saw in the photograph, you come up the stairs. To the right is the kids' room. Is that right?
That's right.
And then to the left in that little hallway, all the way down, that would be your sister's room. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, the area where you all are in the loft, would the closest area where bedrooms are, would that be to the right where we see those rooms immediately off of the stairway for your nephew and your niece? Are those the closest bedrooms to where you all are standing?
Yes.
Okay. And to get to your sister's bedroom, you actually have to walk a little further and bend a hallway to get down there. Is that right?
Yes.
When the gunman brings you all upstairs initially and he lets Dimitri Dale go down, does he go into that hallway where your sister is asleep?
No.
He doesn't, right? Okay. Does he go into your nephew's room?
No.
Does he go into your niece's room?
No.
And we saw a photograph where you had some jewelry on the dresser in your nephew's room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he ever go in there and try to grab that?
No, he never went in.
We saw photographs of the loft area where there were expensive computers and things of that nature. Did he ever try to grab any of those items?
No.
Now, in speaking about Quest, going back a little bit, Quest, had she been there at all that day?
No.
Had she been at the house at all that week?
No.
Had it been some time since she had actually been to the house?
Yes, it had been quite a while before she had been actually to the house.
All right. So is that also why it was odd to you for someone to be asking for her at your sister's house that morning?
Yes.
All right, so let's go back to the point where you're upstairs, Dimitri Dale is downstairs at the pool, or sorry, downstairs with the baby, and you and the defendant are upstairs on the loft, okay? Going back, I want to go back there. Was there a point in time where you were ever forced to go back downstairs?
Yes.
And what happened when you, tell us from the moment that you were upstairs and you were actually being made to go downstairs. What was going on at that time?
What was going on was I was upstairs with Euri, and the gunman comes towards me with the gun. He grabs me and he says, "Oh, where the money at? Where Quest at? Where the money at?" So he grabs me by my neck and he forces me downstairs. He puts the gun to the back of me and we walk downstairs.
Now, did you ever see him take that same type of aggressive stance to the defendant? Did he grab him?
No.
Did you see him put the gun to his head?
No.
So he grabs you, he puts the gun to your head, and he makes you go downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And when he takes you downstairs, where do you go?
We go to the left. As soon as we go downstairs, we go to the left and out to the pool area.
To the left and out to the pool area. Okay.
Ms. Cox, let me stop you so I can let our jury go on their mid-afternoon recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, so let me have you come back a couple of minutes before 3:30. While you're out on your recess, please don't discuss anything about this case with each other or with anyone else. Please don't try to look up anything on your cell phones about the case. Thanks very much. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Okay, anything else before we take a recess? Mr. Lerman, anything else before we take a recess? All right, take a recess for about 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. We ready to bring the jury back?
Yes, sir.
We're going to bring the witness first, but I just wondered if we had any issues. Okay. Let's bring Mr. Greer back in. Thank you. Okay, Dave, let's bring the jury in.
Jury entering.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Cox, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Greer, before we took our afternoon break, I was asking you, or we were at the part where you were brought downstairs by the gunman to which area of the house?
To the pool area.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's in evidence as states Composite Exhibit 3A through E, and I'm going to refer to images 3D and 3E, just to make sure you recognize what's there. Do you recognize this part of the home?
Yes.
And is this what you're referring to when you say the pool area?
Yes.
Okay. So the gunman brings you out to this area of the house, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And who's out there when you get there? Is anyone there?
Yes, Dimitri is out there with my nephew.
Okay. And what is Dimitri doing when you get outside?
He's just standing there holding my nephew in his arms.
Does the gunman still have the gun on you?
Yes.
All right. So while he's outside by the pool, the gunman with you and Dimitri Dale, what is he saying?
He points the gun at Dimitri and tells Dimitri, somebody's finna give me the keys to their car. I need keys to the car. Where the keys to the car at?
Okay. And did he ask you, or was he only asking Dimitri?
Well, he was asking both of us in the sense that he was looking for keys, but he looked at me and asked, and then he looked at Dimitri and asked.
Okay. Did you say anything in response to his question about the keys?
I told her I didn't have any keys.
Okay. And what did Dimitri do or say in response to his question?
Dimitri gave him keys to a car.
So Dimitri gave him keys. You told him you didn't have any keys. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then after he gets the keys, what does he do, the gunman?
He points the gun towards me again, and he grabs me by my neck, and he proceeds to take me back into the house and go upstairs.
Okay. Now, you said a couple times grabbing you by your neck. Can you kind of just demonstrate to us what you mean by that? How's he grabbing you?
Well, has his hand here, and he twists. Now he has it on the back to turn me around so I could go forward. And he stays with his hand on my shoulder.
Okay. So he's holding you and kind of directing you around to where he wants you to go?
Yes.
And he still has the gun on you?
Yes.
All right. So when he makes you come back inside of the house, what does he have you do?
He forces me back upstairs.
So you go upstairs, so you go all the way up to the second floor?
Yes.
Does he take you into one of the bedrooms, or does he stop you in the loft area?
He doesn't take me into none of the bedrooms. He has me upstairs, and I end up in a loft area.
So as you're going upstairs, when do you see the defendant, your brother-in-law?
When I get to the top of the stairs.
And what is he doing?
He's sitting in the same exact spot as he was when we left.
Okay. Did you see your sister anywhere?
No.
So the only person that you see upstairs when you get to the top of the stairs is the defendant?
Correct.
And if you had to estimate, if you don't know, that's fine, but do you know how long the defendant had been upstairs in the loft by himself?
He was up there from the time we went downstairs to the time we got back up.
Okay. So in terms of how long that is, you do not know, or you can't estimate, or do you have an idea?
Like 3 to 4 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, or 3 to 4.
So you were downstairs, he got the keys, and then he brought you back up.
Yes.
Your brother-in-law, the defendant, is upstairs. He's waiting at the top of those stairs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he's standing there, or is he on the ground?
He's standing.
All right. So is the gunman saying or doing anything once you're now back on the second floor in the loft area with the defendant?
Yes, he's asking where's the money at, where's Quest at, and as I come upstairs, I end up in front of Makeva's hallway, and like I'm basically blocking her hallway.
Okay. So you stood in front of the area where he would have had to turn to go left to get to her bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And why'd you do that?
It was just off instinct. I guess I ended up there just because I felt like it was a spot that I needed to be in.
Did the defendant, her husband, did he ever make any moves to try to block that area of the house?
No.
Okay. So where was he standing, if you recall?
He was standing in front of the loft right in the loft area, right in front of the loft area facing the stairway.
Okay. And the loft area is where there's the computer, your bed, and all of that. That's what we're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're standing there to block the door or the hallway to your sister's bedroom. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And what happens? What does the gunman do as a result of seeing you do that?
When that happened, he automatically grabs me and he puts me into a chokehold, and he puts the gun to my temple.
Does he say anything to you?
He's telling me that, you think this a game? Don't play with me. I'm here for where the money at, where Quest at. Don't think this a game. This ain't no game. I'll blow your brains out. Like, he's talking mad trash.
Did you believe him, or were you afraid?
I believed him, and I was afraid.
What about the demeanor of the defendant? Do you recall his demeanor, his emotional state? Do you recall anything about that?
He looked at, well, his eyes were pretty big, but he seemed as if he was calm. He didn't say anything. He didn't try to signal anything. He didn't do anything.
So did you ever hear the defendant telling the gunman, Quest does not live here, or there is no money here?
No.
Do you ever hear him, begging or pleading for this man to leave his home, take whatever you want, just please leave, or leave me and my family alone? Does he ever say anything like that?
No.
Does he ever say anything?
No, he didn't say nothing.
So now that he has you in the chokehold, the gunman has you in the chokehold, what does he do at that point?
He forces me next to the defendant.
So he grabs you from where you were blocking that hallway and moves you closer to the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And then what happens?
And then he orders us on the ground. Well, he orders us on the floor.
Okay. Do you get down?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
And then after you're down on the ground, is he still saying anything, or is he doing anything?
He tell us not to move, get down on the ground and don't move.
Okay. Now, are you able to have any type of conversation with the defendant while you both are lying down on the ground?
Yes.
What are you both, or who's saying what to whom?
I told him that, hey, isn't that your friend from earlier that day that came? He told me no. And then it went on to say that, hey, we need to do something about this, yo. We can't just let this man come in here and do whatever he want to do. We live here, the kids here, we got to do something. We can't just sit here.
Now, obviously, you're probably not speaking in the louder voice that you're using now, is that right?
No, I wasn't.
Were you all whispering?
It was a low pitch tone, but it could be heard with me and him.
All right. And where is the gunman while you're having this conversation with the defendant?
He's walking into Makeva's bedroom.
Okay. So you both are down on the ground. You're somewhat whispering to each other, and the gunman is making his way over to that hallway to the left where your sister is asleep in her room?
Yes.
And you said you're thinking, you asked him, is that your friend or the guy who came over earlier?
Yes.
Now, which friend are you referring to? Are you talking about the guy that came over with Demetri Dale or someone else?
The one that came over with Demetri Dale.
Okay. And the defendant told you that that was not him?
Yes.
Did he say anything as to why he thought it wasn't him or anything else?
He said that he had went home earlier that day.
Okay. Now, you both are on the ground and you are able to, I guess, see, or do you just hear that the gunman is walking towards your sister's bedroom?
We're both able to see him walking into the bedroom.
Okay. So he goes, does he make it into the bedroom?
Yes.
And what do you see or hear next?
I heard the gun go off.
How many times did you hear the gun go off?
One time.
Okay. And after the gun went off, what did the gunman do?
He sprinted out. He ran out the room as if he was, in a track meet.
And were the two of you still on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, so he ran down the stairs. Do you know if he went into another area of the house, or did you ever see him in any other place in the house?
No, I only see him run down the stairs.
Okay. Now, before he ran down the stairs, did he go into any of those rooms and take any of the valuables that we talked about and saw in the photographs?
No.
Did he say anything else after going into your sister's room and running down the stairs? Did he say anything else to either you or the defendant?
No.
Now, at some point, did you believe that he was gone?
Yes.
Okay, what made you think he was no longer in the house?
Well, I didn't hear no more footsteps, so I automatically get up and I go into Makeva's bedroom.
And did you go in there alone, or was someone else with you?
No, I went in with the defendant.
Okay, so the two of you go into your sister's bedroom, and when you go into her bedroom, what did you see? What did you find?
I seen Makeva with a hole in her head.
Okay, and was she awake and alert, or like able to communicate, or were you not able to communicate with her at all?
No, I wasn't able to communicate with her. She was unconscious. She was out of it, but she started coughing. So I tried to, call out to her, and she was unresponsive.
Now, did you you went into her bedroom, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Did you all turn the light on when you went in? Or
Yes.
was the light on? Okay. I want to show you what's marked for identification as States Composite 11A through C. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Take a look at those photos and just let me know if you recognize what's contained in them.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what do you recognize this to be? Whose room is this?
That's Makeva's room.
Now, were these photographs, do they fairly and accurately show your sister's room the moments after she was shot?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would offer into evidence State's Composite Exhibit 11A through C.
Any objection? No objection. All right. State's Composite Exhibits 11A through C will be introduced without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Greer. I need you to take a look at the photos for me if you can. I'm going to start with A. Now, this is a photo showing the bedroom after your sister was shot. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are a couple items I want to ask you about.
Can I have a minute?
Yes, sir. Right here on the floor. Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What's that?
That's Makeva's purse.
This is her purse, is that correct?
Yes.
Designer purse?
Yes.
And well, hopefully you can see it, but can you see what's right here next to the bed?
Yes.
What's that?
That would be her laptop.
What kind of laptop did she have?
An Apple.
And what is this right here where my red dot is?
That's her cell phone.
That's her cell phone that she was using?
Yes.
Okay, it worked?
Yes.
And it was in the room at the time of that she was shot, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was it also in the room at the time would it have been in the room at the time when your brother-in-law, the defendant, was upstairs on the loft by himself?
Yes.
Now, these items are in the photos after the shooting, meaning that the gunman never touched her purse, her cell phone, or her Apple laptop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after you go into the room and you find your sister in the condition where she had been shot, did you call for help?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in the room. Do you call for help while you're still in the bedroom, or do you leave?
No, I leave out to go get my phone.
And when you leave her, who do you leave her in the room with?
Euri.
The defendant?
Yes.
All right. Where do you go downstairs? You go downstairs, you said, for your phone?
Yes.
Where was your phone?
It was in the garage.
Okay. And why was it in the garage?
I had left it on the table of the barbering table.
Okay. So when you were getting your hair cut, you had placed your phone there?
Yes.
And you left it there?
And I left it there.
Okay. So you go down, you find your phone in the garage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use that cell phone to call for help?
Yes.
All right. And who do you call?
I called 911.
And you placed a phone call to 911 immediately after you went in the room and checked on your sister?
Yes, after I went in and checked on it, I left out the room to go get my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Now, at the time that you placed this 911 call, what were you feeling emotionally? How were you feeling?
I was feeling devastated. I was feeling overwhelmed. I was feeling very bad.
Okay, and when you placed the call, were you still dealing with the shock and the trauma of seeing what happened to your sister?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Greer, I'm going to show you a CD. And I want to know if you recognize this CD as containing the call that you placed to 911. Take a look at it. You can hold it.
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and how do you know that this is the call, that this is the disc that has that call?
I listened to it, and I initialed my initials on that CD.
Okay, so this little black mark right here, that's your initials?
Yes.
Indicating that you know that this is the call that you placed to 911 that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to offer this disc into evidence as State's Exhibit 12.
All right, State Exhibit 12 will be introduced without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, what happened? Hello? Yeah, what happened there? I had a shooting, someone got shot in the head. Please, you got shot in the head? Yes. Okay, and what's your name? My name is Untitled. My sister just got shot in the head. Okay, who shot her, do you know? No, they came in with their all-black mask on. Alright, hold on 1 second, alright? They came in with a black mask? The black mask, you know what color shirt? No, I don't know what color shirt. He had an all-black, he had on the mask. I couldn't see his face. Alright, and did he leave in a vehicle or on foot? A white charger? Okay, what direction did he leave on? Did he north, south, or? So he was on here for that Luxor? Can y'all please get it now? We have several units on the way, alright? Let me get the paramedics on the way, online. know who this person was or no? No, I do not. I'm looking for my mom. Hey, Sheriff's Office, Sheriff's Office, transfer 4104 Plumbago. We have that. Have you Hello? Hello? SOE there? Okay, but you arrived. This is reference to a shooting? Yes. Okay, has your unit arrived? We're on scene, but not sure if it's secure yet. Hold on. Okay. Oh my God, man, y'all need to leave, sir. Okay, go outside. Do you see an officer there? No, you want to call the police, man. We're supposed to got shot in the head. Somebody came in the house across the street. So you try to rob you guys, and then they got shot in the head. SO? Yeah. Is the scene secure for us? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. Hey, Makeva. Alright, so you seen somebody try to rob you guys inside the house? Ain't nobody tried to rob us. They came in here looking for my mom. They came? We wanted to know where was my mom. And she wasn't here. When you saying they, so it was more than one person? No, it was just one person. Somebody get it now. So they were looking for your mom and they shot your sister? Yes. Alright, we have units on the way, alright? And we're providing some help. Push out the sister. Oh, you baby. Everything. So you're not on scene yet? We're still lining up. We don't know what's going on here. The thing is down here. Okay. The thing is. Where's your mother? No! Where's your mother? I have no idea. So you're the only one alone with your sister? No, my sister, my brother, her husband, and the kids. Oh my God, man. Is she breathing? What type of vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle the venue should be in the driveway? Margaret, are you still there? This looks like it's the second house. Second house, Spider Lily. Yeah, Spider Lily. Okay. Alright, we're on scene. We'll advise when okay, call back when it's secure. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Greer, is that the call that you placed to 911 after discovering your sister had been shot?
Yes.
And we hear you screaming for help, and are you knocking on doors
Yes.
in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay, and so, and why were you doing that?
I was just trying to find help as fast as possible.
Where was Demetri Dale?
He was out in front of the house. I believe he was on the phone with 911.
Was he going around trying to get help?
No.
Where was your brother-in-law, the defendant?
He was upstairs with Makeva.
Now, when do you see him again?
The defendant.
The defendant, mm-hmm.
When the ambulance escorts her out of the house.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the gunman, right? So while you were on scene, at any point, you said that you mentioned to your brother-in-law that you thought it might have been the person that came over earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Demetri Dale's friend.
Right.
Now, as you sit here now, do you know the name of that person?
Yes,
And what's the name?
Joevan Joseph.
Okay. At the time, you didn't know his name, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we'll refer to him as Joevan Joseph going forward. Was there anything, or what was it specifically, if you recall, about the gunman that made you believe you had seen him before? And specifically, were they about the same size?
No, he was taller than me. He was taller than Dale, but he was shorter than Euri.
Taller than you, shorter than Dale, or taller than Dale?
He was a little taller than Dale.
But shorter than the defendant?
Yes.
Now, and so my question is, the person that came over earlier with Dimitri, who also you believe might have been the gunman, when you were sitting there looking and thinking about this person, did they appear to you to be the same size?
Yes.
Yes? Did you ever mention any of this to Dimitri? You said you already told your brother-in-law upstairs. Did you say anything about that to Dimitri?
Yes, I asked Dimitri the same question also.
And when did you ask Dimitri that question?
I asked Dimitri when I came out of the house into the driveway.
Okay, before, or do you remember this is before or after you called 911?
It was before I called 911.
Okay, so you saw Dimitri and you asked him, what did you ask him?
I asked him, was that your friend from earlier that day that you had brought here?
Did he respond?
He said no,
He said no, that wasn't his friend.
that wasn't him.
So you had already asked the defendant, he told you no because he went home, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you also asked Dimitri Dale, who this person came over with earlier, if that was his friend, and he also told you no, is that correct?
That's right.
So at this time, are you kind of thinking, well, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, I'm not really sure? Like, what were you thinking at that time?
At that time, I just dismissed it like maybe it wasn't him.
Okay, and you dismissed it because they dismissed it, is that right?
That's right.
After your sister is escorted out on the stretcher, did a detective come to the scene?
Yes, a detective Sean Oliver.
Okay.
He was at the scene.
And did Detective Oliver speak with you?
Yes,
And we're talking about at the scene.
at the scene.
Okay. Do you know if he spoke to anybody else at the house?
He spoke to Euri. He spoke to Euri first. He spoke to me, and then he spoke to Dale.
Okay. And the conversation that you had with Detective Oliver, were you trying to be helpful and tell him everything that you knew?
Yes, I wanted him to know everything that I thought I knew.
Okay. And this was literally right after you placed that 911 call, is that right? Or shortly after?
Yes,
Okay. Were you still, operating under some of that stress and the shock that you described earlier after seeing your sister like that?
yes,
Now, and that first meeting, the first conversation that you had with Detective Oliver, the first one, were you able to recall to him about this guy who had come over earlier that day?
yes.
The first time?
The first time that I had a discussion with Detective Oliver,
Okay. And what about the second time when you had a discussion with Detective Oliver? Did you maybe tell him then?
yes, the second time I told him that it could have been, I believe that it could have been the dude from earlier that day.
Okay. Now, the first conversation that you had with Detective Oliver was very brief. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. And is it possible that maybe during that brief conversation you didn't mention it at that time?
it's possible, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the conversation that you had later on with Detective Oliver at your aunt's house. Is that correct? You remember that?
Yes, I remember it.
Okay. Later on that day, later on the afternoon of June 29th, Detective Oliver, did he meet you at your aunt's house?
Yes,
All right. And did he speak with you again?
yes,
Now, during that conversation, did you inform him about someone who came over to the house that may have reminded you of the gunman?
yes.
Do you recall specifically what you told him?
Yes, I told him that he was distinguishable through the height and the weight, and that he had a haircut earlier that day.
You told him that the person came over and got a haircut.
Hmm.
Now, as far as this person's skin that you could see, what areas of his body did he have skin that was exposed?
Only his eyes with
Okay.
the mask.
All right, so you were able to see a small little spot of skin in order for you to remember or recall what his complexion was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember telling Detective Oliver something about his complexion?
I do remember telling him, Detective Oliver, something about his complexion, yes.
Okay, and did you tell him, or did he know that it was a black male?
Yes.
You told him that?
I told him that it was a black male. He was black.
Okay. Now, at some point in a later conversation, because going back, you had a couple of conversations with Detective Oliver, is that right?
Yes.
And again, you wanted to make sure that you told him everything that you knew or anything that could potentially help solve your sister's murder, is that right?
That's right.
At some point, did you inform Detective Oliver that did you inform Detective Oliver that the defendant had a second cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, you told him that.
I told him about the second cell phone.
And do you recall what you told him about that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, but do you recall bringing that fact to his attention?
Yes.
And did he ask you some questions about it?
He asked me questions.
Okay. Were you able to help him determine the phone number for that cell phone that the defendant was using?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also give him your phone so that he can look through it and?
Yeah, I gave him my phone. He asked for my password. I gave him my password to my phone, and he said that he wanted to use it for the investigation.
Okay, so you gave him your phone voluntarily. You felt you didn't have anything to hide?
Yes, I ain't have nothing to hide.
One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, at this time, the state has nothing further. Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Lerman?
Get out of the state's way.
One sec. Good afternoon, Mr. Greer. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing good.
All right. You, obviously, based on the questions you just answered to the government, recall that there were at least two taped statements that you gave to Detective Oliver, both on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
All right. One was literally at like 4:15 or so in the morning, the night that your sister passed, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, while you were emotional, certainly you remembered the events as they had just happened, and you tried to recount them as best you could under those emotional circumstances to the detective. Fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you told him that the individual who came in was wearing all black, including a black mask of some sort, right?
That's right.
And that when he initially came in, he was yelling, "Where's the money? Where's the money?" Correct?
Correct.
All right. And he put you down on the ground, he put Mr. Dale down on the ground, he put Mr. Jenkins down on the ground, correct?
Right.
And then eventually, he leads the three of you inside the house, yes? At gunpoint.
Yes.
And you all go upstairs at gunpoint, correct?
That's correct.
to the loft area of the second floor, correct?
Right.
And do you recall who was first in line?
Yes.
All right. Who was first in line?
Dale.
And who was second in line?
Me.
And who was third in line?
Euri.
And so you're going single file essentially up the stairway, and this individual with the handgun is pointed at basically the three of you, and you're all following his directions, yes?
Correct.
Now, as you're going up the stairs, none of you are attempting, including yourself, to, at that point, try to tackle or disarm this individual. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's fair.
And all of you are complying with the directions of this individual, correct?
Right.
And you're not screaming back at him. Mr. Jenkins is not screaming back at him. Mr. Dale is not screaming back at him. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. You're not crying. Mr. Jenkins is not crying. Mr. Dale is not crying as he's basically marching you up the steps to the loft area. Fair statement?
Yes.
And while you're there, at some point, Mr. Dale goes and gets from the bedroom of Euri Jenkins Jr., Euri Jenkins Jr., yes?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, the two of you being Mr. Jenkins and yourself, you're still upstairs at that point with the gunman, yes?
Yes.
All right. You're in, be a fair statement, you're in fear for your life certainly at that point, yes?
Yes.
All right. Has he at that point threatened you verbally?
Yes.
All right. And he's threatened all three of you verbally at that point, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Obviously, you don't know what he's going to do with that gun. You don't know if it's loaded or unloaded or what his motive is other than he's yelling for money and at some point starts asking where's Quest. Fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, Mr. Dale's downstairs, right?
Right.
Somewhere. You don't know initially at that point where he is. Fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you are taken downstairs at gunpoint by this gunman, yes?
Yes.
And he has the gun to your head or to your body. He's certainly threatening you, yes?
Yes.
And you feel threatened, yes?
Yes.
But while he's taking you downstairs, at this point, you're certainly not doing anything to disarm him still, correct?
That's correct.
You're in fear for your safety and the safety of the others in the house. Fair statement?
Right.
I mean, it's not just yourself. Your brother-in-law's upstairs, your nephew's downstairs, there's another minor child in the house, and Mr. Dale is downstairs, and your sister is asleep in the bedroom. You don't know what this individual is going to do, correct?
Yes, I had no idea what he came to do, what he had intentions.
So you continue to follow his directions without resisting him, right?
That's correct.
And you get downstairs, and as he's taking you downstairs, if I understood you correctly, he's still asking for money, right?
Yes.
And now he starts asking about keys to a car, yes?
Yes.
And you get outside and you find Mr. Dale and your nephew, Euri Jr., outside by the pool, right?
That's right.
And he's either has the gun on you or he's waving the gun, pointing at you and then pointing it at Mr. Dale and back at you at that point, yes?
Yes.
And when he's pointing it towards Mr. Dale's standing there with your nephew, Euri Jr., right?
That's right.
And you indicate to him at some point, you don't have any keys to a car, right?
That's right.
Prior to that, had you told him yourself that Quest didn't live there?
No.
Prior to him asking for the keys?
No.
All right. But you had heard him ask about that, right?
Yes, that's right.
And then he asks for keys, and ultimately, Mr. Dale gives him a set of car keys, yes?
Yes.
And he grabs you by the scruff of the neck, basically, by the back of the neck, and he forces you back upstairs, right?
Right.
Right. And upstairs is Mr. Jenkins, right?
That's right.
And now it's again the three of you at the top of the stairs, yes?
Yes.
At gunpoint.
At gunpoint.
And you're still in fear for yourself, correct?
Correct.
You're still in fear for Mr. Jenkins at that point, correct?
Yes.
And you're in fear for the others that are in the house, including your sister, yes?
Right.
One sec. So now you and Mr. Jenkins are there. You're both standing for some short period of time with the gunman in the area that we describe as the loft, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the gunman puts you and Mr. Jenkins back down to the ground, correct?
Yes.
All right, so just so we're clear, this is the second time that you're upstairs, yes?
Yes.
And when you went downstairs the first time, Mr. Jenkins didn't follow you downstairs, did he?
No.
He remained behind upstairs, yes?
Yes.
At that point, while you're down on the ground, one second. Euri and you are talking in either a low tone or a whisper, yes?
Yes.
And Euri asks you a question, yes?
Yes.
He says, what are we going to do, correct?
That's right.
All right. And it's your response to that question is basically in a whisper or that low tone that you have to do something. The two of you have to do something, yes?
Yes.
All right. And as that conversation between the two of you is occurring, the gunman is either by the door to the bedroom where Makeva is, or he's actually entering the door, correct?
Correct.
And all of this, I know time can seem like it's taking forever, but all of this is going on fairly quickly at this point, yes?
Yes, fairly.
In fact, within a matter of seconds of you and Euri having this brief conversation while you're on the ground, you hear the gunshot, yes?
Yes.
I mean, with 2 or 3 seconds pass between, we have to do something, yes, we have to do something, and then it's bang, correct?
No.
It's not minutes, it's seconds.
Yes, it's seconds.
Okay. And right after you hear this gunshot, the individual runs out of the room past you and Euri, who are still on the ground, right?
Yes.
And after he runs past you, the both of you jump up, yes?
Yes.
And you and Euri both initially run into the bedroom, yes?
Yes.
And Euri is screaming, wailing, and he is hysterical, correct?
Yes, as he's entering the bedroom.
All right. That's his demeanor as he's going into the bedroom, screaming, yelling, hysterical, right?
Yes.
And he's yelling, call 911, call 911. Yes?
Yes.
And at some point while you're in the bedroom, Euri goes up to his wife and he's holding her. He's as if cradling her and her body or her head, correct?
That's correct.
And you run downstairs to find your phone and you call 911, just as we heard, right?
Right.
At that point, you didn't know that Dimitri Dale was on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes, I didn't know.
And while you're on the phone with 911, at that point, you're not just calling 911, you're trying to get neighbors awake, or apparently you're knocking on doors, you're outside, yes?
Yes,
You're screaming, we can hear you screaming for help, right?
yes,
And then eventually you head back into the house and back upstairs, yes?
yes.
One sec. When you're going back upstairs the second time, you don't do anything yourself to stop the gunman from going up the stairs. You don't turn around and push him, try to push him down the stairs or disarm him at that point, correct?
Say that again.
When you're going back up the stairs the second time,
The gunman is already gone at this point.
no, I'm either not saying what I want to say correctly or you're not understanding it, so I will rephrase it. You're going back upstairs with the gunman.
Oh, okay, okay.
Follow me?
Yeah, I follow you
Same
now.
page, right?
Same page.
Okay. As you're going upstairs, the gunman, it sounds like, and you correct me if I'm wrong, has the gun to your head or to your person, yes?
Yes,
You don't turn and try to knock him down the stairs or stop him from coming up the stairs. You following his directions back upstairs, correct?
that's correct.
All right. As he's putting you back down on the ground upstairs, you're not trying to disarm him, correct?
Right.
All right. You're not crying or yelling or screaming at that point before he goes into your sister's bedroom. You're following his directions, correct?
Correct.
And before either you and Euri, or you and Euri jointly can act on the words that you had just exchanged on the ground is when you hear the gunshot, correct?
That's correct.
One second, Judge.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Redirect exam?
Mr. Greer, I just want to follow up on a couple of things. Now, whose house was this? Was this your house or Euri Jenkins' house?
It was my house.
Well, whose house was this? You lived there, is that
I
correct?
lived there.
At your sister's house?
Yes.
But was this your sister's house and her husband's house?
Yes.
And whose kids lived in that house? Your kids or the defendant's kids?
The defendant's kids.
And whose wife was upstairs asleep? Your wife or the defendant's wife?
The defendant's wife.
Now, we talked a little bit about, on cross-examination, what you didn't do, but was there ever a point at all throughout this whole entire ordeal that you were left alone, not with the gunman?
No, there was never a time where I was left alone without the gunman.
Was the defendant left alone?
Yes.
Was Dimitri Dale left alone?
Yes.
So the only person the gunman followed around wherever he went, would that have been you?
Yes.
Okay, and so you were asked why you didn't, it was inferred why you didn't do anything. Was there ever a point where you were alone without the gunman?
No.
You were asked by Mr. Lerman, or it was stated that the defendant was screaming and he was yelling and hysterical at the time when he went into the bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you were both lying down on the ground and you said to him, hey, is that the guy, or you made some comment to him about it possibly being the friend that came over earlier, you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
So at that point, did he ever say, hey, maybe you're right?
No, he never said that.
Did he ever say, this is some information that we probably need to let the detective or let the police know when they come?
No.
So the person who was screaming or yelling or hysterical, or at least so it appeared at that time, he never made any of those statements to you?
No.
One moment, Judge.
All right.
Going back to the part where Mr. Lerman asked you, you're both on the ground, and he said that it was the defendant who asked you or stated to you, we should probably do something. Do you recall that question being asked?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay. Now, and what did you say back to him?
I said that we need to do something. We need to either get up or try to stop this man or get him or try to do something to stop him. I was just trying to figure out ideas on how to de-escalate this situation.
And then what, after you said, you know, what you said in response, what did the defendant say back to you?
He told me that he didn't want to do that because he was scared of getting shot.
Okay, and so did he ever say, you know, okay, let's try something? Did he ever say anything or make any suggestions about what you should do? What you could do?
He was just saying we shouldn't. He didn't want to get harmed. He didn't want to have to take a bullet.
Now, I didn't ask you this previously, but what is your height and weight?
My height is 5'6", 128 pounds.
And do you know, or at the time, what the defendant's weight, approximate, and height were?
His height, I know to be 6'1", and his weight, I don't know.
Okay, so you would have been smaller than he was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. May the witness be released?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Greer. You can step down. Call your next witness.
Statement called Brainfield Ward.
What was that last name again?
Ward. Ward, yeah.
Face toward the court, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Step right around this one, please. Watch yourself.
And sir, you can take your mask and lower it while you're behind the plexiglass. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, good afternoon, sir. If you could just turn to these ladies and gentlemen over here, and if you could say your first name and say your last name, and I'm going to ask you to spell it afterwards, all right?
Brainfield Ward,
Okay, how do you spell your first name?
BRANFILD,
How about your last name?
WARD.
Okay. Have you ever had to do anything like this, Mr. Ward?
Oh, sir.
All right. Have we spoken before you had to come in today about what we'd be asking you about today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to get right started. Where do you live, Mr. Ward?
For 40, 97 Plum Bagel, Lantana, Florida, 33462.
Look at me, Mr. Ward. Take a deep breath, all right? All right. Who do you live there with?
My wife,
Okay, what's her name?
Janet Ward,
Okay. How long you been living at that address for?
since November 20th, since November 1st, 2020.
At that address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back in June of 2017, where were you living?
Same address.
Were you working at the time in June of 2017?
No, I had rotator cuff surgery.
Say that one more time.
I have rotator cuff surgery.
Okay. So you didn't have a job at that point in time?
No.
What did you do as a living before that?
Electrician.
Okay. How about your wife?
Worked for Social Security.
Okay. Now, in terms of, we're going to talk around June of 2017. Did you know neighbors across the street from you by the last name of Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know a man by the name of Euri Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know a woman by the name of Makeva Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in terms of their home in relation to your home, were they right next to the left of you, right next to the right of you, or would they have been across the street from you?
Across and to the right.
Across, so kind of diagonal to the right from you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you had to describe your relationship with Euri Jenkins in June of 2017, would it be he was a stranger, he was an acquaintance of yours, or y'all were best friends? What would be the closest one?
We were friends.
Okay. Did you ever go over to his house sometimes while you were neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Did you even, being an electrician, did there come a point in time where you helped him set up kind of a barber station in his house?
I ran some outlets.
Okay. Would that have been in the garage of Mr. Jenkins' house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to turn your attention right to kind of why you're here today. Do you remember a time in kind of late June of 2017 where you decided to put up some security cameras on your house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how many cameras you bought to kind of put up on your house?
4.
Okay. Do you remember the brand of the camera that you were using?
Night Owl.
Okay. Was there any particular reason why you decided kind of in late June 2017 to put up cameras for the first time?
People hit the mailbox, hit the cars and stuff like that, so I figured I need to know.
Okay. And when you say hit the mailbox and cars, are you talking about your own property, people that hit before?
Yeah, right.
Okay. So in late June of 2017, did you decide, all right, I'm going to start putting up the first camera?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you decide to put that first camera?
Front of the house, between the 2 bedrooms.
Okay. And in terms of where that camera was facing, would it have been facing kind of the side of your house, or was it facing down your driveway out into the roadway?
Straight on to the house in front of me. Okay. And to the left, but not the one to the right.
Okay. And did there when you were deciding to put up the camera, were you by yourself initially?
Oh, well, that was the second camera I was putting up.
The second one. Where was the second one you were putting up?
On the side of the house, between the garage and the front door.
Okay. For that first camera, did you do it by yourself?
Yes, I did it because I could climb on the roof and do it on the roof of the garage.
Got it. What did you have to do for the second one? Were you able to get on the roof, or did you have to use something else?
I had to get on a ladder. My wife told me not to, but...
Did you listen to your wife?
Nope.
Okay. So did there come a point in time where Mr. Jenkins came over to help you out with what you were doing?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And in terms of helping you out put up the camera, did he actually go up the ladder, or did he just make sure you weren't going to fall off?
He just asked me if I needed help, and
Okay.
I said yes.
Okay. And so how did he help you out, I guess?
He held a ladder.
Okay. Now, when he was holding the ladder and helping you put that up there, did he ever ask you anything about the cameras that you had or that you were putting up?
He just asked me if it will see his driveway.
Okay. And when he asked if the cameras that you had would see his driveway, did you ask him why he was asking that?
I said yes. I asked him that.
Okay? And did he tell you why he was asking about whether it would see his driveway?
He said that they have hit his cars. So I says, well, next time they will be able to see who hit the car.
Okay? And was that basically the extent of that conversation?
Yes.
Were you able to get that camera up?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And once that camera was up with the ladder, did you decide to stop putting up cameras for that day?
Yes.
Okay? And did you basically walk with Mr. Jenkins back to his house once it was done?
Yes.
Okay? Did you have some small talk as you're walking back to his house?
Yes.
Okay? And did he eventually go inside of his house?
Yes.
Okay? And did you walk back to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of these cameras, when did they, how long after you kind of put up the second one, did you have the system up and running?
The Saturday. So that camera went up to Monday, and Saturday was when one of the neighbors came and helped me hook all 4 cameras up.
Okay. Now, do you remember the day after Mr. Jenkins had come over to help you with the ladder, that in the early morning hours there were a bunch of police officers and fire trucks in your neighborhood? And I just need you to say it out loud.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right, just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, last question, sir. Just to clarify, because I think initially you said you had been living at that residence since 2020. When's the first year you kind of moved into that house? If you can remember.
The year the World Trade Center was hit.
So 2001?
2001, yeah.
All right, and that was the residence you were in across the street diagonally from Mr. Jenkins in late June of 2017, right? All right. And then one more. Hate to lie to you, sir, but just to be clear, all the cameras weren't working until after, or they didn't start working until after that day where all the cop cars and all the fire trucks had shown up in the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, it happened a few days after all that had happened.
All right, so in terms of them recording anything the night before, they weren't working at that point in time, right?
No, sir.
All right. All right, nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Cross-exam?
Just want to clarify something. When Mr. Jenkins came over to assist you with the cameras, that was on the Wednesday before his wife was killed?
Yeah, whatever day it was, yeah.
All right. You're not sure, sitting here right now.
No, it was the day before.
The day before his wife was killed?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Jenkins when the cameras were working?
No, we never discussed that.
All right. So he didn't know whether the cameras were or were not working. Was that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
No question.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May the witness be excused? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, sir. You can step down. Call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. State calls Deputy Barbucio.
Please, right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for our jury?
Deputy Michael Barbusio, it's B-A-R-B-U-S-I-O,
And Deputy Barbusio, where are you currently employed?
the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been there?
just over 5 years.
Okay. Where are you currently assigned with that agency?
District 8, the Village of Wellington.
Okay. And are you a road patrol deputy at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to why we are all here, and that is to the year of 2017 and the month of June. Were you still with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you road patrol?
Yes, ma'am. I was assigned. I was an FTO trainee at the time.
Do you know whether or not, if you can recall, you would have been working on the early morning hours of June 29th, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you dispatched to a home in Lake Worth
Yes, ma'am.
or Lantana, Lake Worth area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time you arrived at that home?
I do not. I would have to refer to my report.
Okay. Judge, well, if I show you your report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, I have a copy
You do?
here.
Okay. Judge, may he refer to his report?
Yes, you may.
What time did you arrive on scene? Or dispatched, I'm sorry.
At approximately 2:20 a.m.
Okay, and where did you go? What address?
4104 Plumbago Place, Lake Worth, Florida 33462.
Now, when you arrived at that scene, Deputy Barbusio, can you tell us, what did you observe going on?
When I immediately arrived at the scene, we parked at the front of the neighborhood and approached on foot. Are you referring to once we actually got to
Yeah,
the
once you
residence?
got there, for instance, were you one of the first responding officers?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was 5 or 6 of us on a stick with a ballistic shield.
Okay, so at the time you got there, was there crime scene tape already up or had not been put up yet?
Had not been put up yet.
Okay, so you said that there were about 5 or 6 of you guys that kind of arrived simultaneously?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you formed a stick to go in?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that? Were you kind of walking a line together?
Yes, so we're all protected by the ballistic shield.
Okay. When you arrived, was there anyone outside that home?
I'll have to refer to my report to get the exact names for pronunciation, but
Okay.
I believe it was,
Well, will it refresh your recollection if you were to refer to your report?
yes, ma'am.
Judge, may he refer to his
You
report?
may.
Thank you.
It was Mr. Greer and Dimitri outside of the residence, as well as the infant Euri at the time.
Okay. So as you guys are walking up, did you make contact with any of the people that were, those names that you just pronounced? Did you make contact and have any conversation with any of those people outside?
I don't believe at that time we may have asked them where, kind of to direct us to where we needed to go.
Okay. And were you directed where you needed to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where was that?
We entered the residence through the open garage, and then went through the garage door that meets the residence.
Okay. Now, now, in this stick formation, Deputy Barbusio, are you first, second, third, fourth? Where are you in line in this stick?
I can tell you I was towards the front, but I couldn't tell you my exact position at the time.
Okay. Once you guys enter the house, where did you go inside?
At that time, I broke off from the stick and sprinted up the stairs.
Okay. What made you break off from the stick and go upstairs?
In all honesty, knowing that normally we would, if we know that there's a firearm involved, we'll take our time and tactically clear residence, make sure that somebody with the firearm isn't still present in the residence. Kind of a bad decision on my part, knowing that somebody was actively bleeding out. I wasn't going to sit there and take my time. I just wanted to get to the victim.
Okay. Were you the only one that broke off from the stick to go upstairs at that point?
I believe Ms. Valenzuela broke off as well.
Okay. So you recall it being 2 of you going up the stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you got up the stairs, did you know where you were going? Did you know?
No.
Okay. When you get up there, where did you end up going?
Once you get up the stairs, I believe it was to the left, it was the only bedroom that had a light on and the door was open.
Okay. Did you enter that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you see when you entered that room?
I observed Mr. Jenkins standing next to the bed, as well as Makeva lying in the bed on her right side.
Okay. Now, when you observed the defendant standing next to, you said, was he standing?
He was just standing there.
Just standing there? Okay. What was his demeanor? Do you remember?
He didn't really have one. He was just standing there.
Okay. Did he appear to be hysterical?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear to be crying?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear to be wailing?
No, ma'am.
He was just standing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do upon entering the room and seeing him there? What did you do?
I didn't really address him. I immediately went to Makeva, and I was looking for something to help stop the bleeding. I asked Mr. Jenkins for a towel or something, and he ended up taking his white t-shirt off, and I used that to apply pressure to the wounds.
Okay. So you began to work on Makeva?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the only officer that began to work on Makeva at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you see where she had been injured?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you see?
The facial area. Just looked like there was an entry wound, and then I couldn't really find the exit wound.
Okay. What kind of wound did it appear to be, Deputy Barbucio?
A gunshot wound.
Okay. To her head?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what is going to be state's composite 13A and B. Judge, I've shown this to defense already.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Just tell me if you recognize that photo. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw on the morning of June 29, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what is state's composite 12B. Do you recall that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on the morning of June 29, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state will offer into evidence state's composite 12A and B. 13. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Your Honor. 13A and B.
Okay. State Exhibits 13A through B will be introduced without objection.
Judge, permission to publish?
You may.
We'll start with 13A. Can you describe, is this what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
When you walked in the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this, when you saw this, so was she bleeding from that area?
Yes.
And is this where you started to apply pressure?
Yes.
I'll show you what is 13B. Is that another injury that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when I say injury, what I'm referring to is basically this area right in here, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Deputy Barbucio, you were trying to stop the bleeding, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to?
No, ma'am.
At some point, did the paramedics arrive?
Yes.
And once, how long would you say, how long was the time period that you believe you would have applied pressure to Makeva's head before the medics arrived?
Several minutes.
Okay, several minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you were applying this pressure to her head, did the defendant assist you? Did he try to help you in any way? Was he saying anything to you?
No, ma'am. He did not attempt to render aid in any way.
Did you see him still standing in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
What about your partner? Where was your partner? The one who went up the stairs with you.
She was across the bed from me. I asked Mr. Jenkins to give me some space and step back, and then she escorted him out of the room.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything as he was being escorted out of the room?
No, ma'am.
Did he say, no, I want to be in here with my wife?
No, ma'am.
Did he say, "Can I stay? That's my wife"?
Not that I can recall.
At some point, did the medics arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And when they arrived, what did you do, Deputy Barbucio?
They had me continue to apply pressure until they could get set up. They didn't want me to relieve any of the pressure that I had on yet until they were ready to take over, and then they took over.
Okay. Once they took over, what did you do?
I went downstairs to meet with my corporal, my FTO at the time.
Okay. At some point, Deputy Barbucio, did you have a conversation with this defendant?
According to my report, yes, I did. I off the top of my head, I do not recall speaking
Okay.
with him at all.
All right. You have a report right there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Will it refresh your memory if you were to look at it to see what you spoke with him about?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Mahee, review his
Yes,
report.
you may.
I spoke with Euri, and he advised me that he was in the garage with Greer at the time. An unknown male dressed in all black with a black mask on entered the residence asking for Quest. He then went up to Makeva's bedroom while she was sleeping and shot her.
Okay. Did he tell you whether or not the person who entered the garage, this masked gunman, did he tell you whether or not that person tried to go into any of the other bedrooms before he entered Makeva's room?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you that the masked gunman tried to take any items of value from the home?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you that the masked gunman asked him for money or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
So he told you the only room that this masked gunman went into was Makeva's room?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the extent of your conversation with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I have a moment, please?
Yes, you may.
Nothing further. Thank you, Deputy Barbucio.
Cross-exam.
One sec. You remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, sir.
Fairly short, if you recall, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on May 22nd of 2018, yes?
Yes, sir.
You were out of training at that point, certainly.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I was present, and there was Mr. Weiss and a Ms. Salmon from representing Mr. Joseph at the time, yes?
I believe so. I don't know everybody by name.
All right. And then there were obviously, I'm assuming actually, that there were prosecutors there, yes?
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that you actually had a conversation based on reviewing your report with Mr. Jenkins, yes? All right. Do you recall in 2018, at that deposition, saying that you never had a conversation with Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, I believe I stated that I didn't recall having a conversation with him, and at the time, I did not have. At the time, I believed I had my complete report, but I did not.
All right. Drew. The first one's, I'll say that. Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Make it easier. During the deposition of May 22nd, 2018, starting with page 9, and I'm going to ask you to read lines 10 through 18 to yourself to start. Tell me when you're done.
Yes.
At the deposition, that court reporter, I have to kind of march back and forth, so. At the deposition, you were asked the following questions. Looks like Euri made a statement to you that he was in the garage with Greer and he sees an unknown male dressed in all black with a black mask on enter the residence asking for, it says unintelligible. Do you remember that? Your answer was that was given to us through the 911 question. Okay, you did not get that from Euri. That was the dispatcher. She was on the phone with Euri. That's what I read off of the CAD messages that they relayed to us. You remember that question and those answers?
Yes.
All right. You typed up your report on June 29th, 2017?
Yes.
All right, in the early morning hours, like around 4:30 or so, give or take. And that's reflected in your report, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were under training at that time, yes?
Yes.
And your FTO is your field training officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in training, your field training officer has to review your reports, correct?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Page 11, 7 through 17. Page 11, read lines 7 through 17 to yourself. The question was put to you, so when you typed that, I spoke with Euri and he advised me that he was in the garage with Greer when an unknown male dressed in all black with a black mask on entered the residence asking for Quest. Was that an inaccurate statement or an accurate statement? Your answer was, he could have stated that to my field training officer. When you're on field training, you do your reports, you have to send them to your FTO first, and then they critique them, change them, do what they have to do, and then send them in. That was the question and answer on that day regarding whether you spoke to Mr. Jenkins or not.
Yes.
Yes? Today, do you or do you not have a personal recollection of speaking with Euri Jenkins on the 29th?
I did not.
And on May 22nd, 2018, you didn't have a personal recollection of speaking to Euri Jenkins in the bedroom. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And in fact, on that day of the deposition, you said you don't remember having any conversation with Euri other than in the bedroom asking for something to put pressure on the wounds, correct?
Yes.
Don't have any further questions.
Any reiterate?
Just one question, Your Honor. Deputy Barbucio, you have a report up there, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And everything that you note in your report is what you recall? Everything that you recall, June 29th, 2017, you noted it in your report?
From that day, yes. Do I remember it? There's a lot of things that I do not remember from that day right now, but yes.
And it's been 5 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you prepared that report, did you prepare it closest in time to the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May Deputy Barbucio be released?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you very much, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time to take our evening recess. While you're on your recess, and I'm going to have you come back tomorrow at 9:30, same place that you came this morning. And while you're on your recess, please do not speak about this case in any way with anyone, including each other or anyone else. Don't watch anything on the television set about this case. That includes any news articles, news stations, anything. Don't read anything in the newspaper about this case. That's extremely important. And don't look up anything on your cell phones or any electronic devices that you may have and try to find out any news articles or anything else about the case. Thank you all very much. Have a safe trip home. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. No, he can watch on Zoom. Yeah, okay. Okay, anything else before we take our evening recess? Mr. Lerman, anything else? Ms. Ellis, Mr. Clussy, Ms. Cox? Okay. All right, thank you all very much for being recessed till 9:30.
That one's Swaylo, then Medic, then Siegel, then Damon, Grant. Still one in the same order.
We're cutting out cafeteria.
Yeah. Tonight.
I mean, not that, that was
One.
But yeah, we are gonna invest in it.
Geo's changed reports and profiling, that's what it is.
What's that?
Geo's changed the report and then file it.
Yeah, man, you gotta make it right.
Let me turn it off first. Let me turn it off first. What's this one there?
Just pull it down.
Oh, thank you, Rach. Oh, you got it. That was down there? That part? There you go. Thank you, Rach.